Alrighty, I'm back.
All right. Damn it.
So
For a second there, I
how?
thought I heard myself, and then that would confirm that this stream was online. Damn it.
No,
No.
very sorry. So if
Yeah.
there's anything I can do to help you check for something, please tell me.
I should be able to check myself, and it
Okay.
does not look like it is online. So I
If
bet
we
like I've been
plan to,
flagged. I've been flagged for something like that, and then I can't stream. So I don't even know how to address it. There must be a complaint section or something.
I'm not too technical, but I know that a lot of people prefer Twitch over YouTube for streaming.
Yes.
But of course, that would require setting up a new account and all the subscribers and whatnot. So
Yeah.
starting new is always difficult. But well, if one platform gives you problems and the other one doesn't, maybe worth a try. I don't know. It depends on what
Yeah.
your plans are and how often you want to do it.
I'm thinking the same thing. But it says it's live. I don't get it. Why would it lie to me then? I mean, fine enough if I'm flagged, give me some information that you can't stream because this and that. Right?
Or because we don't want you to.
Yeah, exactly. So just let me know at least. But this is freaking frustrating. It says I have 2 concurrent viewers at the moment.
Oh.
And how is that possible?
If I'm looking with my phone,
and one of them will always be myself.
I see that your channel is live, but I don't know how I can get to
really?
the video. I can't see it on my computer, but I can see it with my phone. But I don't know how to access the live video because if I click on it, nothing happens.
If anyone can see this, please write in the chat. Now it says I have 0 viewers. Now it says I have 1 viewer. So if anyone can see this right now and can hear me speak, please write something in the chat for the sake of my sanity. And let me know how you got that far. Because apparently we can't on this end. Now it says I have 2 viewers.
Whew. I will restart YouTube.
I can try to write something in my chat myself, and that works. It's not super important, but it's just frustrating.
Yeah, I think so. Very frustrating.
Testing. But how can I have 2 viewers if it doesn't work? Oh, Lord.
Live. Now give me the live video. Doesn't. Playlists. No. Channels. No. Channel info.
Yeah, well, it says it's live right now. Testing. Oh, yeah. I have connection.
Okay.
How did I do that?
Try again.
How did I do that? Now I closed it down, so now I probably can't re-find it.
This is very interesting.
No, it's here. It says it's private.
For some weird reason, I can't access.
Okay, I'll try to send you the link to the stream. Maybe you can access it through that.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
This video is private.
Okay. But we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
So how do I make it
definitely.
not private? Make it public. Save.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now
I will
now
just
it's
try the link again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm so confused. So that means that we now have the stream going again. You have used the stream is active on your side?
Yeah, the one in the chat, it's me.
Alright. Well, Julian.
But I will have to leave it again because of the double voice.
Yeah, of course.
Driving crazy.
Or you can just silence it if you want the chat, but yeah. Man, I am frustrated by this just a little bit. But let's keep on trucking and pretend like everything was always fine.
No.
No?
Octagon now told me something unexpected happened. We will now shut down Octagon.
Right, but we had some issues with the Octagon anyway. Yeah. So should we try to comment on that replay?
Yeah, it would be nice, but I'm not sure how we would do it.
Like I said, I'm just going to screen share with you for our Discord. It should work.
1 second.
Ja.
Ja. Heute Mittag halt habe ich bekommen. Gibt's dir Infos?
And I'm going to go and post.
Okay, so how do we do this screen share thing? Do I have to
Just
do
a second.
something?
Just a second. You have to accept my invitation. There.
Discord.
Yeah, screen 1 looks right.
Graphic.
So you should
Graphic.
You should be able to see my screen now.
Now you see me.
Oh yeah, and your sound changed.
But I didn't want to do it.
Okay. Okay, now I can't see you anymore.
So now you see my screen. I see my screen. No, this is also not what I wanted to do.
Okay. On my end, I'm screen sharing at least with myself. You're not seeing my screen then? Hello? We are experiencing some technical issues. Please hold.
All right. So
Welcome
I
back.
somehow saw myself, but
All right.
how do I see your screen?
I will say activate screen sharing again. And you should get like an invite or something saying accept screen sharing.
Yeah, okay. Now I see your chat.
Alright, good.
Yes. Can I make this any bigger? Full screen. Yeah,
yes.
Perfect.
Right. So, with that in place, we are going to log into Octagon on this side. and say play or spectate. No, games manager, game history. Oh, and then I have to go back and find the date that we played that game. The 21st of March. So here, this should be the one.
The 4-hour one?
I don't know. This is definitely our game. And do you see the game on your end? If we have any viewers, can you let me know whether or not the stream is working for you guys? I think we are set up, and at least I'm in the game right now. Can you see the replay that I'm showing you?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
At least
perfect.
on my phone, whatever. Let me try it on the PC as well.
Alright, so we've had some technical issues. Apparently, for those who are just joining us, YouTube flagged my other stream for copyright infringement. Because we assume that it's because I was trying to sing a song at some point. And apparently, an automated detection program has flagged that or something. But now we're back, and everything seems to be working.
So, welcome to the stream, I guess. Or to
Yes.
YouTube, whatever.
And what we're doing now is that we are looking at an old game that Julie and I played back in March, which we both thought was really cool. So now we are going to try to comment on it and see how that goes.
So double speed sounds nice.
Yeah, we can adjust the speed as we go.
Times 5. Oh yeah.
So right now we're just loading in, and it says my spellbook here is 121 points, with multiple copies of Epic Card Pill of Righteous Flame. Okay. Oh, then you loaded.
Yeah.
That's right. We had some
I
technical
loaded the
issues
wrong
and stuff
one.
like that.
This is something
We'll
weird
keep
happened
going.
there.
Yeah. All right. So here we come into the game.
Yeah, now we go. Here we go. I think you can do the speed to at least 2, maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, but I thought we would maybe just do a quick introduction before we start actually talking about the game.
Yeah.
So,
True.
In this game, I'm playing my Forest Alliance book, which has been recurring on the channel for a few times because I really dig this book. I've been having a lot of fun with it. The whole premise of the book was to make Ika Mouse work just somehow, just do something to make him playable in the game because it's a fun card to look at. And you're playing. I requested a tough book from you because I think my book was unbeaten until this game. Oops, spoilers. At least until this. But so you picked your Gate Wizard, and you want to talk a little bit about your book?
Yeah, I played a Gate Wizard, which I played for a while. Yeah, it's no big surprise. Wizard is pretty strong. Gate Wizard is pretty strong, and I've made some changes. Basically, not what my creatures are concerned, but how do I defend the Mage. This package I changed around, and I wanted to try it, and it is a tough book, which you requested, and it is a pretty tough and nice game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The opening here for me is pretty standard. If you win the initiative, you open with Gate and Shard, move 1 forward, because it doesn't make sense hiding versus her Joktari anyways. She's gonna catch up to you, and if you wants to run away, you have your creatures closer.
That's a really good point. And let's see. I was just looking at who actually won the initiative role, and I gave you initiative. So that was a the first mistake, I suppose, in this game. That's actually, I didn't know that, but I should have, of
It
course,
always
changed it.
depends. It always depends on what you want to do.
Yeah, that's fair. So, the first round you cast your Gate to Voltari, and my opening, I think, has never changed with this book. It's always a Mana Flower and Felella Pixie Familiar, which I think is pretty strong in general, but the biggest weakness of my book, if I have to spoil it for anyone, it would be that it says Julie, your volume is something. Oh, okay. So you know what? I can go and adjust his volume on my end. So you don't have to worry about it, Julie. I'll go and
fine.
do some stuff here.
Too quiet.
Yeah, I thought you were too loud before, so I turned you down a bit. But I'm turning him back up, and then we will come back into the game here, like so. So let me know, John Chief. That's Were Kingdom, I think. So let me know, Were Kingdom, if it's still bad with Yuli when he speaks. If you can't hear him. So what was I on about? So the Felila, but the biggest weakness of my book is people. Yeah, was the biggest weakness for my book is people removing Felila, definitely. And
although I now see that you don't have too many enchants, but I think you rely heavily on them.
Yeah, I mean, I have enough for her to be able to cast enchants for the entire game, more or less, right? I even have enough, yeah, and I even have a decoy so that I
targets.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a little bit of everything, so she always has some good stuff to put out. And I put in a reclamation recently because then she can do some aggressive stuff. I have a mark for death. And I even have
especially well against forges, I think.
Yeah. It's just a good enchant in general. At least in my opinion. And then the decoy is both for kind of some trickery, but it's also good for moving mana from Felilla to your mage, if nothing else. And I think I do use that in this game.
In the right circumstances, a decoy can be worth a lot.
Yeah, a lot more than one might think.
But there is a case in which it's better than any other card.
Yeah, is that you're thinking about Nullify, right?
No.
No, okay, because I'm pretty sure that if you throw it into a Nullify, no, that's Seeking Dispel. If you're Seeking Dispel Decoy, you still get the mana, I think.
I'm actually thinking about versus a more experienced player. You decoy an enchantment or whatever you want to try to protect, making him think that it is an arcane ward, and him using an arcane ward to pop your arcane ward, which is a decoy. So now he warded your enchant, which also works against whatever he does. So
okay. That's a very
make him waste 2 actions.
Very rare fringe situation, but you're right. Have you ever experienced that? Like in practice?
No, but I have thought about using it.
Yeah, I've thought about it too, but I don't think. I mean, I could do it in this book, I suppose. Put in on a regrowth. You're right. That would not be too bad.
You need your opponent to pop it with an arcane ward, though. Because it's also possible to get rid of the ward via Seeking Dispel or just casting anything.
Yeah.
On it.
But the decoy,
maybe
the decoy doesn't care.
Yeah, but if your opponent dispels it, the enchantment below it, just to try to fish for a ward or not, then he gets it for free, basically. Of course. So it's
true, but I can just in that case I can still reveal the decoy and get the mana back.
Of course, yeah. But so you did not protect the enchantment.
No, but I never did because it's a decoy. And that's not why the decoy is in the book. So here's that was another thing that I just thought of. What was that? I forgot it again. Damn it. I had a thought. We're moving the game forward a little bit so we get to the actual play phase here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're back in the actual turn order here. Oops. Go in like that. So you were summoning a Gorgon Archer early on.
Yeah,
Hmm?
because this is the most mana efficient you could ever be with your Gate Wizard. If you win the initiative and your opponent is not double moving, you can put out a Gorgon, which puts you to 0, and then you have to ritual do something, which is very strong, because you have a spawn point in a level 4 creature by turn 2.
Yeah, and Ritual of Kalik being the new card that everyone's using, and I'm also using it in this book here on my Philela turn 2. So there's actually, if people know my book here, there's a window here in turn 2 where you can kill Philela easier than normal, which is, no one has done it yet, but it's kind of interesting at least.
Yeah, but if anyone would ever try it, you don't even need to ritual right at the start? Oh, you do.
Yes, to be able to
You do
afford
have to ritual
Dorsius.
to cast the Dorsius. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
that's the
there's a
downside.
very small window.
Very small window. And people would sort of need to know in advance. And so you're doing Ritual of Kalik on the Gorgon Archer as well, because it heals itself. And mine will, of course, heal because of the Dorsius.
Yeah.
So a big downside to playing a book like mine is that there's actually quite a few books that rely on getting Dorsius out at the early stages. So, and I don't cast it turn 1 because I want Philela turn 1.
Yeah,
and therefore I could end up being denied.
This is always what I'm trying to say, and also the reason why I have Dorsius in the book with Samandriel. The main reason is to have a Dorsius to block other people's Dorsiuses.
Yeah.
More a counter than me actually wanting to use it, because it is that good. And as I now see it, do you have a joint strength in this book? I think yes, it's coming down, right?
Yeah. And I think
one of the best enchants to put in Dorsius, because it gets so super annoying to deal with it.
And it's Beastmaster only, yeah. So this is only possible in Beastmasters. But this is, yeah, you're right. And I think you remove it in this game, and I've added an extra copy of Joint Strength to this book.
Yeah, because I always run 2 Joint Strength in my books, because I think it's the most valuable enchant to destroy on Dorsius. Maybe
here's my question for you.
After him, yeah.
If I have a decoy on Joint Strength, when the creature that has Joint Strength gets destroyed, do you think that the decoy would move with the Joint Strength? I think it would.
Yes, it should.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool.
You need to have an animal creature in the zone of your Beastmaster, though, to move it, right?
Yeah. So when you have a Joint Strength on the board, you just make a point out of remembering to do that. Otherwise, well, you're playing suboptimally anyway. If anyone who's joined the stream, because I see we have a few viewers now, which is nice, let me know if you have any Mage Wars questions whatsoever, not necessarily just about the game, and then Julie will do his best to answer.
Yeah, that's the deal.
Okay, so we're moving into the deployment phase here, and you're just going to be putting out amazing creatures throughout this entire game, which is sort of the crux of the gate build always. So a Devouring Jelly comes out here.
But I also thought about this game after we played it, and I think I should have put out another jelly right in turn 4. So in the next turn.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
I haven't. Yeah, I should have done that, because then my teleports get way more threatening for you, and I can just port you in.
And I do have the pillar in my book here, so of course there's always that threat, because they're non-living.
Yeah, the pillar is very good against jellies, and also in this game, but we're gonna see later. But
yeah,
the pillar against jellies always rolls burns. I can confirm that, and they always burn. They like to burn. I feel fire is the best way to go versus jellies, because they always burn. At least
fair enough. So it's a 7-up. It's actually a 50% chance of a burn landing on a non-living creature, so it's not that far off.
Yeah, but but still you have a 50% and afterwards a 66% to deal damage, so it's only a 33% chance to deal damage at all through a burn, and they always burn.
Yeah.
Because even if you get a burn,
All right, and so I summoned a Dark Fan Asp, but of course I can't keep up with your creature production in this game. There's just no way. First of all, I don't have them in my book. I don't think we can see your deck here. No. Can I do anything to reveal your deck? No, I don't think so. You don't control this group. No. All right. But I'm assuming that you have quite a few creatures in this book of yours. And every time I summon a creature as well, you get mana on your gate. The gate. Fantastic. Fantastic. Is that the best spawn point in the game? I would say it's probably.
okay, I'm back. For
Oh,
some
sorry.
reason, I dropped the video.
Oh, okay. Do you need me to share it again?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can see
Okay.
it. Left the call and rejoined it,
I'm gonna turn up.
but I think I'm missing 10 seconds or something.
I
Okay,
just
so what
said-
did I miss?
I summoned an Asp, and I was talking about how I can't keep up with your creature production at all in this game. Of course.
Yeah, because you need to forecast them and I don't. Because I think this is the round where I started moving around left and right. Not too sure. And now, since you stay so far back, I should have summoned another jelly, but I don't, I think.
Yeah.
It's either a gargoyle or a gremlin. I'm not too sure. Probably a gargoyle.
But I did move Dorcius forward, the only creature that I could really move. Of course, Veleta would stay back, but I moved Dorcius forward, which is a little bit dangerous, but I do have to engage with you, I think, in this game to have any chance of success.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I mean, you could run a curse heavy build with Veleta. Even transfuse-ish thing that would allow you to stay back.
Yeah.
Maybe you would even need one more turn to protect Veleta, like with a Gator or something, which is also pretty good on her.
But then you can see my book here that that's not the case. So
yeah, but
I think
I don't know it when I'm playing against you.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
putting
also
out-
made some plans.
Putting out Glove Skill and Hunting Spear this turn, that can't be right. Oh, I'm sticking to it. Okay. Interesting move for myself here.
Okay. There's the gargoyle.
Yeah, you put out the gargoyles, of course, and that's really nice. They are really good defensive creatures. I'll put it up on the screen here with flying and intercept. And
Yeah,
bonuses on
one main
guard.
reason for them is actually to intercept pillar shots.
Yeah, they're good at
versus
that.
jellies. And since I always lose my jellies to pillars, I think I tried it in this game to put out one gargoyle before the pillar, because very often I'm seeking the joint attacks, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, and this is where I realized I need to have at least two in the book. Because I just put it in right before we played this game, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go use Joint Strength Wizard, and then seeing this spell. Oh, okay. That's to be expected. But then you did move forward, which is nice for me, because I want to engage you. And I'm even risking my Asp here by double moving it, and you get to shoot at it with your Gorgon.
I shoot it, but the Gorgon misses it.
I think so, yeah.
Snake pact, I guess. Don't hurt each other.
Of course. Lovely.
So yeah, I think the Dorcius moves last here to not get shot, and I know it, so I will shoot the ass.
So I'm putting out the gloves of skill here and the spear. Yeah, I suppose it's fine getting it out early. I'm hoping, I think, to take out... My objective here is to take out your Gorgon Archer, because that's the biggest threat on the board for me. I only have one way of removing weaks which is the purify, and I need to save it for where it's super important. So it ends up.
I don't even know what my second action here is.
No,
Oh,
I think you just said. Yeah.
it.
We can look at your
Because-
card if you're okay with that, I suppose. And then
Yeah,
we can peek.
sure.
You had a regrowth in hand. Okay, that's a good thing to get down early. The regeneration, probably for the mage, I'm assuming. Yeah, must be.
Yeah.
And I
sure.
put out the hunting
Of course,
spear.
for the mage.
Big
But
Fat
I think I
Chef
wanted
says,
to try to get the asp for action advantage next round.
Yeah, you wanted to get rid of
Yeah.
the asp, of course. And
Because
if you had gotten the
because
asp
then I
here,
have the last action.
It's super important for me that you don't get the asp, but also that he soaks your actions here gives me a little bit of an advantage that I otherwise wouldn't have.
Yeah, I wanted to kill the asp because then I have the last activation.
Right. But you will get that
No.
in due time.
No, you have initiative.
Okay.
I have it anyway. Not too sure. But I thought the more often you try against the asp, the higher your chances are that you actually will hit one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Big Fat Chef says it's awesome to see the game is still alive. The game is very much alive. And for those that don't know,
it's very alive.
Mage Wars 2.0 has been announced. So
At least
you
to
haven't-
be in the works.
it has been announced to be on the drawing board. And I think it sounds to me like they're committed to following through with it, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's
I've also heard
between the
rumors
cards.
about it being Kickstarter or something, but I'm not too sure. There's not much more info about it than
All right.
they want to do it and they have had a survey, right?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and if you, Big Fat Chef, and for anyone else who are interested, should of course go to the forum and find that survey so that you can answer it. And I'll probably just find it here and drop it in the chat.
Yeah, it's in the general somewhere pretty high up.
Yeah.
So now about the game. My mana is low, I'm out of rituals. I think it's gremlin time. Since I got one of each creature out. I think now I'm just trying to get board advantage. And if I recall correctly, you will try to snipe the Gorgon, and I will do something with the Gorgon, and this is why you try to focus on me.
Yes, you did something. We'll see in a second, I suppose.
Did I enchant the Gorgon? Because I like to enchant the Gorgon. My favorite enchants on the Gorgon are either Arcane Ward or Brace, depending on opponent.
So I'm stopping the video here because we have a question. It says, "Hi Kitchen, what do you think about Pillar as a card? To me, it seems it's too ubiquitous. Even Dark Books basically always runs it. Is it healthy for the game in its current status?" Do you want to take this one?
I think the question is addressed for you, but I will also comment on it afterwards.
I think we agree on this one, though. I think a lot of Mage Wars players do. Yeah. So I'll address it here. So I definitely agree with the statement that the card is too ubiquitous. I have talked a lot about pillars in some of my videos, and I have considered making like a playlist or like a video compilation of all the times where I have used the pillar to really, really great effect. Sometimes I've had it, at least one time I've had it roll like 86 dice by, of course, spending more cards and getting more mana, spending more mana on it, but nowhere near 86 mana. And the problem is that the card is so good and can do these things, so everyone can use it for 9 mana and 2 spellbook points or 4 spellbook points, even 6 spellbook points. It's always worth it. There's almost no situations where you can't make use of the pillar.
That's true.
Yeah.
I also recall one game where I had the setup for one action dealing 36 dice versus the same target, a mage,
Yeah.
which also included pillar, but mostly tsunami and wall of thorns. But it carries a lot of damage potential, and the only one reason I would see someone arguing about pillar, which is not really an argument I see being made, is that it's better cast early on than later. So I always feel that aggressive books tend to benefit more of pillar than defensive ones, because you can like aggressively claim a zone. Even if it's a spawn point, you don't care. You can just throw the pillar in and get some very good use out of it. Because I think the later the game gets, against armor, vet belt, aegis, interceptors, whatever, the later the game gets, I think you can do more and more protective measures against pillar.
Yeah.
So the only argument I could see pro pillar, and this is also the one that I sometimes do, is that aggressive players tend to get more use out of it than defensive plays.
Yeah,
But of course, you get way too many dice and board control out of it for how cheap it is mana and poke point in spellbook.
Yeah. I just think it's too good for the price, and the problem
in each mana and spellbook points, yes, we
both
agree
in
on that. And
yeah.
One major problem I have with it is, beside the price and in mana and spellbook points, there is the ethereal tag. If it would not be ethereal, a lot of problems, and I think a lot of problems would already be solved, because pillar basically kills incorporeal creatures. You can't really play them.
Yeah. One of my arguments is that it basically have made all incorporeal creatures unplayable in Mage Wars, which with that one single card. And I think it to answer the question, I don't think it's healthy for the game. No, it's bad for
in its current state. Yes,
in the current state, there's a way to. Every card, I believe, can be adjusted by costing it accurately. Any card, you could have a card that's win the game, but if it costs 1,000 mana, then it wouldn't be overpowered because no one can ever get 1,000 mana. Yeah. So stuff like this, right? If you double the cost in mana and double the cost in spellbook points, then we're getting to a point where it's probably overcosted. But the trick is to find the right point for it, and the argument is that currently it is definitely not at the right point. So I think we'll leave the pillar talk there. Then there's another question. Did Arcane Wonders announce 2.0? I could not find any news on their website. It's on the forum, and I posted the link to the survey, but I'll post the link to the specific post as well here in the chat. So there you go. There's not been a whole lot of news. They just announced that they are thinking about it, and then had that survey
to address it.
Yeah, and then you have heard some rumors about kickstarting, but this is not confirmed by anyone, I think.
No, right? Definitely not.
All right.
And they said that they want to address some problems that a lot of people had with the game as it is right now. Yeah. They try. At least this is what they say.
Yeah. We could talk about Mage Wars 2.0. Maybe we'll do that after the game then, because it's going to be a bit of a long talk, I think. Yeah. All right. So we're moving into the deployment phase here again in the game.
Round 5. I think it's Gremlin time. Yeah, it's Gremlin time.
Turn 5. And you are putting out gremlins now, which is problematic, but they won't win you the game. They're going to be super annoying, but I can, in theory, kill them at least. Right?
It's the gremlins are great because they're cheap and they deal with your creatures and with any stupid conjurations you might put out.
Yeah.
And they are there to chip out some damage on your mage, hopefully, because they're not good versus doors. gremlins are not the way to go
Oh.
versus Dorsies.
Can I leave you with the game for a second? Because my hamster is going bonkers, and so I need to
Yeah, sure.
get. Yeah, okay. So you comment on the game,
No
and I'll
worries.
be right back.
Yeah. So I move down with a gargoyle and guard for any double actions happening against the ooze and my mage. And also the gargoyle can't intercept pillar shots. So at least something has to attack into the gargoyle before the pillar can go down on the ooze. If I remember correctly here, the ass will suicide, try to knock off the guard, because the plan is to do something with the Gorgon. I'm not really sure what we did in this turn, but we'll see. Suicide Asp coming down, and the Gargoyle is doing a great job in this game. I think he kills the Asp. He gets a weak token. Yeah.
All right, I'm back, and I brought the furball because I know the internet loves cute little animals. So I offer my tribute in furries, furry pets, and I'm gonna leave her here with me for a little while, but I'm gonna have to put her back soonish. She gets impatient. So what's happening in the game?
I think I called the Suicide Asp here.
All right. Yeah, I'm hoping he just roll. Oh, he failed to defend. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got the weak off, and I got the kill, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So theoretically, he could have survived forever, but you managed to get him here. I think he got.
I said the Gargoyle did a great job in this game, and I think he always rolled pretty good.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pretty solid damage. So, but it also was the third attack against the Asp.
Yeah. Which is average then, I think. Because it has a 33% chance of being hit.
And also the weak was a very low chance to get the weak.
Yeah, and I landed that.
This
so
was
I think
a great attack though.
On Dorsius here, yeah.
This was basically max damage.
From my point of view, I was thinking that if you get a few weeks on Dorsius, you might not be so inclined to kill her. So him.
Yeah, that's the plan, because I hate killing Dorsiuses.
Yeah, so that's fine.
This is awful.
From both of our perspectives, we are sort of thinking, okay, then maybe that's fine. And I actually moved Dorsius back, right? Yeah, because I think I don't want to engage you here. And there's no way I'm getting at that Gorgon anyway. It's kind of tricky.
I'm not too sure what your plan was for this round.
Let's see, what do I have? I have a Gator Toughness for Dorsius, and then I have Timberwolf ready to cast, and I don't remember if I cast it here. I think I do.
I think you do, yes, because I weakened the doors and the Timberwolf is hitting me hard all the time. Yeah, I think so.
Yep. So we should go to a 1.5 speed here.
Yeah. Maybe even 2 times, because pretty slow, I think. And nothing too spectacular will be happening. You summon a creature, I will enchant something, ping something, whatever.
Federa is enchanting me with what? Hawkeye. Oh, and I have the decoy on. And the Rhino Ride. Okay, toughness. Oh, can I peek at your chance here? I'm assuming that's okay.
Yeah, sure. I think one should be an Akiros and a Rhino, yeah. Because defense is awesome.
Yeah, one of the dangers of the wizard is if you think you are immortal and then suddenly the enemy will prove you wrong. So you are being smart and protecting your mage early. which makes it really tricky to kill the wizard.
Yeah, but I think I should ditch the Akiros earlier and always go with the Rhino and with the regrowth,
Okay.
which would have helped me a lot in this game. I don't think I will ever use the reroll from Akiro,
Oh,
even once. I'm not too sure. Because
I
it's
love getting
very
Akiro
pricey
down, though. I think I would prefer Hawkeye, though, over Akiro, but I would love both. So, what's your thinking on casting Akiro over Hawkeye?
It depends on the build, and I have actively chosen Hero in this book because I wanted to try out the freeze spells with the freeze tokens, Beam of Frost. Because of my bad loss against People Filter in the German Nationals. Special mention there.
Alright. I don't remember that game,
And
I'll be honest.
I've lost both games to tiebreaker. One time I tried to focus on Dorcius and I had, I think, 1 damage out of 32 and he had 3 damage out of 37 or something, so he had more life remaining. Clear win after 90 minutes. And I couldn't kill Dorcius, and I thought with Akiros and Beam of Frost you can do a lot of damage through Aegis and Regen, because if you hit the double frost it's basically 4 direct damage.
Yeah.
And with an Akiro you have a 86% chance or something to hit the double freeze.
Okay. Yeah, that's in my mind that's above 75%, then it's basically 100%, which is a flaw in my in my calculations. It ends up being 100%, and that's why I get punished for that sometimes.
In this book, oh, you just.
Oh, we're back in.
It probably was worth. Yeah.
Did I remove it? Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Times 2 should be enough. Yeah. No, this is the turn where you try to start focusing on Mage.
Yeah, at least I making like a showing of trying to do it. Maybe. I don't know. What do I have? Kajara here. Why did I put Kajara down? But if you remove the spear, I suppose I would have Kajara.
I'm not sure. I think you throw the spear here.
Yeah, probably. But you're protected, so why would I throw it? Do I throw it at the gargoyle?
No, you throw at me and I refuse to intercept, I think. And then you focus me next round. Which was maybe a mistake, because I think you should intercept if you can. Yeah, because this now gets pretty ugly for my wizard, faster than I expected.
That's not this turn, though. We're getting a little bit ahead of it, I think.
So,
but yeah,
I don't
pay
have
a mana.
Teleport here, I think. So it's pretty much stalemate and wait what the other person is doing. I think you hit me.
Oh, and I have a mark for death on you, yeah. Alright. So yeah, if you look at the board state, at this point, there's no way I'm getting to the Gorgon Archer, right? Like you're putting it at a defensive position, and if I have to get to that back line, I would need to send my mage alone, which doesn't work out.
Now you hit me to 7.
Oh, yeah, that was a good hit.
You would even have gotten me to 9, but now I have 4 armor because I revealed the Rhino.
Yeah.
And I get stuck. This was a really good hit with the thing. Oh, I Chant of Rage the fairy. And this, yeah.
There's a little bit in the chat here, so people are saying that you can save games in Octagon. I don't think that's a thing, Simon. So if you know how to save games in Octagon, you can take a screenshot and then return to the same game, I suppose. But I don't know of any other ways to save games in Octagon.
maybe he's thinking about the replay we are looking at here.
Yeah, okay. But if anyone else knows about the tabletop simulator game that you can buy on Steam, I highly recommend that one, and you can save games in that. But it costs money, where Octagon is free. And I landed a cripple on you. I remember celebrating that.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I said it was a stack, but it's a cripple. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tried to remove it, but I was not lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this turn is the turn where you teleport me. And I'm so stupid and reveal the Chant of Rage on your Philella on my mage, and she hits me for not too few dice, because it's even 3. And I think she gets 3 crits off, which is definitely a mistake on my part. I should have just raged her on a random gremlin or the newly summoned creature. If I even summon one. No, I don't summon a creature here, because I only have 6 mana. I should have raged her on either the gremlin at the back or the gorgon or the jelly. Probably the jelly.
And I think at this turn I was actually planning on stealing your gorgon, teleporting her for 9 mana to my corner, and then trying to focus it down in one turn. But then something happens, I think, during the turn that changes my mind. I'm gonna have to put the hamster back, so I'll be back in a second.
So yeah, for me this round looks pretty interesting because I revealed the regrowth and I'm low on mana. And I even want to reveal the Chant of Rage for 2 mana this turn, so I basically only have 4 mana left. And that's why I do probably Seeking and maybe another enchant on me. Something. Probably enchant the Gorgon. But definitely no deploy from the gate here. But this is getting pretty scary pretty soon.
And I return. Oh, I should have sped it up so we get into the round. So Jason Craig comes in here and sabotages the game like he always does with his questions and his meandering.
Gets some smack talk in the chat, but that summarizes the game so far pretty well.
Yeah.
Spear to the face, refused intercept, the rest is on the board. And the Akira's Favor, which was revealed, did nothing and got dispelled. But yeah, that's it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Of course. The Asp.
Oh, you did have the regrowth down.
Yeah. Yeah, and I revealed it this round, that's why I only have 6 mana.
Right. And so you shoot with the Gorgon first here.
Yeah, because I know that you like to hit melee with your mage, so I thought it would be a good idea to get some weaks on you, and also if you, yeah, that was very lucky. But I think you switch to spells soon.
You reveal the Chant of Rage on Philella and target your mage with it. And we agreed here that you should have put the hate token on basically anything else. Maybe not the Gorgon.
Yeah, I think that maybe even that changed it for you to attack or focus the mage.
This is the decision where I see, okay, then because now I can both save Philella and maybe get at you, and you spend all your wizard actions here early on You have no
That's the
mana.
next reason, yeah. And I
Yeah,
can't even
so
guard with the gargoyle.
I see a
Yeah.
window of opportunity here where I might actually be able to kill you and focus down your mage, which is not my normal playstyle, but in this case, it seemed like the right choice, especially with the Channel Rage on Philela, because otherwise she has to move out here in the middle of everything. Now you're giving me an option to get by the Channel Rage, right? So here's the teleport, moving
Yeah.
you to the corner.
Which was planned on the Gorgon. But now
Yeah.
I see that I'm in trouble.
Well, Wizard is notoriously tricky to kill.
Yeah, but I think I'm at 17-ish damage or something here. After
I
this
don't
round,
know.
because
After that.
the Doors hits 4 dice, the Wolf for 5, Philela for 3, your Mage 4.
Yeah, with the mark for death down here. It's 6 critical coming in from the wolf.
Yeah, so that's what did I say? 17 damage, I think. I think Philela hits for 3 crits. Yeah, and as I said, the gremlins are there for chip damage. But so far, your rolls are pretty good against the wizard.
Oh, you get 4
The
criticals.
spear should have probably dealt 5, not 7, and the wolf should have dealt 3, not 6. So,
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, I rounded it even up.
Yeah.
Now you dispel the
Rhinohide?
regrowth? The regrowth.
Oh, regrowth. Yeah. Should probably have gone for the
confident
Rhinohide.
in rolling crits?
No, I took the Rhinohide.
Ah, okay.
Good.
Because of mana.
Probably because of. Oh
mana.
yeah. That's right. I had to do the Rhinohide, but I think that's way better.
Yeah, but you're confident in rolling crits.
Apparently, yeah. So then
it's for 3 crits, 14, and I thought I was at 17. So Doris is maybe also 3 crits.
Yeah, she's coming in with. Oh, he comes in with 4 dice. Why 4? Because the mark for death.
Because of the marked.
Yeah.
Okay, no 3 crits, but only 2.
Well, you still have 3 armor after that, yeah. Damn. 5 armor would have been impossible to take down, so I think getting rid of the Rhinohide is actually fine. I don't know, do you have a veteran spell in this book?
I do.
I think it comes down later, yeah. Right, I'll speed it up so we get to the end of the round.
Okay, so I'm at 16. Yeah. 16 damage, not 17. Shame on me. And now I obviously put the shield on, I think, for every round.
Yeah.
Yeah, times 25 is a bit too far.
But you're done with the planning phase.
So yeah, so now I either have to get out of here. I think I need to get out of here. Or apply counter pressure.
I have the Deathlock in hand and a Corrosive Orchid. I'm gonna peek at what you put in hand here. Teleport, right, to get away and brace yourself. Well, good choices, definitely. And
yeah, well, I only have 8 mana left, so that's pretty good choice to make.
Yeah, fair enough.
So what happens here?
I summon the Corrosive Orchid, yeah.
And you get rid of my pants.
Hands, and the shield gets removed, and unfortunately no corrode.
Yeah,
that would have been
corrode.
nice.
But
now you're down to 2 armor.
Here.
And then 3 damage coming in there. So more pressure on the mage. Now you're at 17, maybe that's what you were thinking of. And then you move in behind the guard here. Yeah. And then I realized that of course you were going to move up behind the guard, so I should have put a card on Philela, because now Philela could in theory move up here. Then she can't attack you, so she's free to do whatever, and then she would have been allowed to
that's true.
Cast a spell.
What am I doing? to even prep a card on Philela if she's Chant of Raged, just for the small window of opportunity that your opponent.
So I bank on her actually
to do something.
I bank on her getting the defense here, but she fails. Oh, and takes 3 damage back. That's kind of bad.
Yeah, because the gargoyle is MVP this game.
Yeah, true.
At
Very
least
true.
at rolling damage.
And I realized I should have waited because you just regard with this freaking gargoyles. Yeah.
Yeah, and once your opponent is out of quick casts, the interceptor is really strong. Because only the combination of action and quick cast allows to get something past him.
Yeah. And so part of the reason why I put down this corrosive orchid, the tipping point for my decision is because it's in the same zone as my mana flower. So now your blue gremlins won't want to stay in this zone and attack my mana flower forever. At least putting it the corrosive orchid in a zone where you already have another conjuration makes it slightly better and more worth it. So that, I think, was part of the reason why I went with that one.
True. It's also great to pop the shield. It makes it even better for you to have a teleport zone.
Yeah,
where you can teleport me in. You can teleport me in, pop the shield, and attack with something. So Orchid is especially good against Wizard.
Yeah. So you shoot with a Gorgon at Fedella, but this time at least she dodged. She could have died here, so I'm happy that she didn't. And I had the Deathlock in hand, but I guess... Does she? Oh. Don't spoil it. I think she lives, though. I think I remember that she lived for a long time. Dorseus moves up, and what does he do? Does he just... He attacks, yeah. I'm going to be applying the pressure here. I guess I'm still planning to do the Deathlock next turn, so I'm thinking I want to get some damage on you here and now while I have the chance, before you get all your creatures in order.
Maybe it would have been a good move here to teleport the jelly down into your zone. I don't think I do it here. I think I save my wizard.
Yeah, maybe.
Because then it's also in the Orchid zone. The wolf can destroy all your investments.
Gremlin comes in, attacks Dorseus. Okay. Well, Dorseus is not scared of a little gremlin. But maybe you didn't move it to my mage zone because I had the corrosive orchid in there. Is that right?
But the jelly doesn't care about the orchid.
Oh, no, I mean the gremlin that just moved.
I think I wanted to save the mana for a double port.
Ah.
So I have 6 mana left.
Oh, you have precisely 6 mana.
Yeah, I wanted to port the jelly towards you. And now I can't. So I think I just stabbed the Palella.
Yeah. And I ran 2 to the left, setting up for the Deathlock in the opposite corner in the next turn. Oh, and she fails. And she does die. Yeah. Yeah, Palella goes down.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah, I mean, attacking into the Gargoyle Sentry was unnecessary. If I had put an enchant on her, I would have enchanted with her instead, so I definitely should have done that. Yeah, okay, that was...
Yet again, I should not even have allowed her to hate my wizard. I should have told her to hate something else.
And you turn on the shield, of course. What did you enchant yourself with here? Brace yourself, right? We have already done that one.
Brace, yeah.
Gargoyle Sentry here.
No, I think I wanted to get some distance, but you put the Deathlock down, so everything rushes to the left. Because of that very good round. 2 round.
Yeah.
I'm sitting at 15. 17, 15.
The board state here, it's going to be really hard for me to kill your wizard. That's almost impossible for me to get at you here. So by putting the Deathlock in the opposite side of the board, I move the fight and have your slow creatures have to waddle over there, and you can't really move and guard with the Gargoyle Sentry efficiently. And so I just think I needed to move the fight.
Yeah, definitely. And I also don't really want to move one left with my wizard first, because then I'm in range again.
Yep.
You can do all sorts of stupid things. So this is a pretty good move.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Gator toughness, and
And
you
I'm
have.
now wondering whether it would be a good decision to maybe pop the gate um, in the left row,
In here?
like in the middle of the left, yeah, in here,
Yeah, okay.
against Yogtari. Because I
For
feel
better
a lot of
board control.
because usually the one where it is right now is the more offensive position, and the one to the left is the more defensive position.
Yeah.
Because this position at the left is easier protected by walls against ballistas and whatever. This is the more offensive one.
True.
Because you can't also block the Gorgon that easily with the wall line of sight of the
You
Gorgon.
do you run any walls in your wizard?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, because then you can wall it off yourself. All right.
But if the gate was here down in the left, you would have had more troubles in choosing where to put the deathlock.
Absolutely.
Because then the
Yeah.
creatures would
Then.
have been out quicker. And I usually seem to try to defend against the Yogtari more than I do try to pressure her. Or do I? Depends on the build.
Yeah, I think my Doktari is actually not that aggressive. At least not in how I've been playing it. Spent a lot of turns setting up and casting creatures for my mage action. So
True. But then still you focus mage. Teleport pit mage with the
yeah,
crit wolf.
that's not the plan, but it worked out here, and I don't think that's something I've done before either. I tend to just rely on out sustaining my opponent because of Dorsius, and that's been working really well for me.
Yeah, usually you just have your opponent focus Dorsius and you defend the Dorsius and then you win.
Yeah, and I kill
Because
Doktari is really good at killing key enemy creatures. Like I can always get
yeah,
at them, and I deal good damage. So if you have, like that was you too, where you played the Minotaurs, I think, and I murdered
yeah,
your one Minotaur. When you get a Minotaur off the field like that, and I didn't lose my Dorsius, it's just a massive advantage, and that's
yeah.
usually how I
Very
win with
true,
this
very
book.
true. It's especially good with the bees.
Yeah. And the bees are just amazing. I don't think you should put more than one bee in your book necessarily, but putting one in for those few enemies you encounter that don't have anything to deal with a swarm, they can just win the game on their own sometimes. And they're
I think
silly.
putting 2 bees in is fine, but I don't know how often you get the chance to actually cast them.
Yeah. The thing is, you do
You
have to
even
hard cast them.
I think you get a lucky kill on him here. No.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Wrong.
But then I do get the corrosive
I mean,
mist from the.
yeah, you get the orchid and the wolf with the wounded
Right.
prey. Does he kill her? Him?
I think I forget
It?
to use the wounded prey for the most of this game,
Mm.
which is not something I'm proud of. But I've been pretty good at remembering the wounded prey in general with this build. But it's always tricky.
Yeah, the wounded prey is very good.
Yeah.
So yeah, gremlins going towards the left. I wonder why the gremlin didn't attack you, because you were on guard.
Maybe. I did have used this defense already. So that's probably why you chose to be on the safe side.
Yeah, but I think the wolf kills him here.
Oh, he does?
Not too sure. Not too sure. I actually
Alright.
want the wolf to come in. I think this is another round where I screw up. Yeah, I have the jinx, and I want to jinx you, and you move away, which I didn't expect. So I just double moved. You were surprised by the double move. I think that's what's happening here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And you enchanted yourself with. No. That was me enchanting myself. I enchanted myself with the Gator Toughness. If Philella had been alive here, I think it would have been a pretty good board state for me. The damage on your mage makes it really nice for me. You have to be very, very defensive, and you're spending mana on the shield every turn. Because you, even if I don't plan to attack you, you cannot know that, and you have to do the defensive move. Yeah. For those that are wondering why
right
we are.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Because basically right now I'm at 2 armor. And if I don't put on the shield. Do you still have the Hawkeye? No, but you could.
I don't think I have a. Did you remove the Hawkeye? You must have.
I removed it, yeah.
Yeah. I have
but
a backup
if you hit me with an acid ball and a boulder, I could go easily up 10, 12 damage. And then already gets really tricky.
And I do have those. So yeah, if anyone's wondering why we are commenting on this specific game, it's because there's a pro gamer move coming. Just wait.
Yeah.
It's worth the wait. I hope.
It will be worth it.
Yeah. At least one I'm proud of. Oh, I should speed it up while we're waiting here in the planning phase. So yeah.
I think times 5 is fine.
Yeah, but I can put it down again when we get to the actual round.
So my plan here is to kill the Deathlock somehow because I want to heal.
Yeah. And you still have the regrowth, right? Yeah.
And I think I get rid of the enchantment on me here. Try to somehow pump up my defense.
You should look at your prepared cards. Use Rust and Disperse, yeah. Good choices, for sure. And I move in to attack you, I think. What am I doing here? Spray of Barbs. Right, because that will help with moving. So Hawkeye first on me.
Yeah, I think you get a pretty good roll after we sorted out how many dice you roll, because Octagon didn't really want you to roll the correct number.
Oh. That might be true.
I think it was that game. I think we see a lot of dice rolls right now.
Oh.
But at the end you get something to pop the shield, and I reveal the brace.
Right.
So
because of the piercing 2 and the spray of barbs, yeah.
But the second one is popping the shield.
Oh yeah, 3 crits. Lovely. No, the first one does not get 2 because of the brace yourself.
Yeah,
right.
But the second one does. So
now
I'm really sad because you popped the shield.
Yeah. And then it rolls again for whatever reason, and we don't know why. The game kept rolling.
Yeah,
and it attacks again.
4. Why?
Sometimes the automation goes.
4?
I don't know.
Yeah, it just does whatever.
Yeah.
4, then 2, and then 4 again.
I forgot about this, but it's kind of funny. It keeps going. Here comes another one.
Yeah.
I think it stops at some point. The automation.
Wait, what? Why did I put my damage counter up?
Good question.
Because the first one did nothing, and the second one popped the shield.
That's a good question. Why do you put up your damage here? But I think because we know
4.
We should roll 4, so we re-rolled to determine the damage. Right.
So the 4 one popped the shield, and the second attack nothing.
The 3 criticals will do 1 damage, which is exactly what you got because of your veteran spell and the combination of Stormdrake Hide and the brace yourself.
Okay, now I see.
Yeah,
I see. So we kept the 2 attack dice roll from above and the 4 attack dice with 4 normal and 3 critical. Crit was the
Yeah.
first one that popped the shield. Okay.
That must have been very confusing for the people watching the game. We were in voice chat during
Yeah.
this game, so we had easy communication. So you enchant me
there's
with
the rust going
rust.
down.
And another weak token coming in on me here, probably. Is it
I think
guaranteed
so.
weak?
It's very likely. No, it's 4+.
Yeah, 4+, yeah.
But I think I don't even get one here. I think it's a 3.
Oh, I got one. Oh, you got one.
You got one?
Yeah.
You got one.
And is that the end of the action phases? You still have a gremlin
Should
here.
be.
Everything, all the creatures are just maneuvering. I'm guarding and moving doors here.
I think the gremlin hits the thing for 1.
Oh yeah, you're still going for the deathlock at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I even get it down because I do some healerino later on.
Right, that's true. But I thought for sure that you would start focusing on my mage. I honestly not sure why you were not running your mage to the opposite corner of the map, and it's just I think in this game in general it was my opinion that you were way more aggressive than you had to be, because you could have played way safer.
This is not really the style of play that I wanted to do, and I didn't expect you to deal that much damage to a mage somehow.
Yeah, that's fair enough, I suppose.
Because
but
basically I was at 6 armor with a wet belt and a shield and 2 interceptors. So why should I run?
That is true.
6 armor, wet belt, shield, and double intercept is pretty much as defensive as one can get.
So Simon is asking about the Mage Wars 2.0. I think if you want, Julie, the two of us will have a little discussion about Mage Wars 2.0 after this game. Because I've been meaning to make a video about it anyway, and then I can have your YouTube bounce idea off of. So we'll do it after this game here. We will have a little discussion, and you guys can join in the chat as well, of course.
Yeah.
All right, so we are in the round, and you opened with a shot from your Gorgon onto me, and now I want to move away because I feel threatened and put out some armor.
That was a very good roll, actually.
Yeah,
you revealed your defense stuff.
I had some defensive stuff, yeah. Gator toughness revealed. But with your rust on me, I'm at what? Not a lot of armor? Do I have the rhino hide? Yeah, so I'm at 3 armor. 4 with the leather. Yeah. At 4 weak tokens. So I can purify at some point, but I'm not really running with a lot of mana at the moment.
And you get now the chitin armor down, which is like my worst enemy. With all the jellies.
Yeah. You enchanted yourself with a nullify.
It's another rhino. Nullify, okay.
And I'm playing defensively, now defending my deathlock here. As I'm realizing that's what's keeping me in the game. The fact that you can't heal is giving me the... making it so that I still have a chance, at least, to do something in this game. Right,
very true.
Yeah, we are posturing our creatures. There's not going to be a lot of action this turn, I think. So I'm doing my final... I was maybe thinking about leaving my Timberwolf so you could go and attack it and it would get a counter strike, but then I decided it's better to not get damage on it. And we are moving everything in. Alright, so I'll speed it up again. Times 5. The game doesn't last much longer, by the way. Like, we've got what?
Really?
No, we've got the timer bar up here, so it's easy to see.
What is all these dots? Is it minutes?
I think it's turns.
Turns.
It might be.
2 more turns. No.
I'm not sure. What else would it be though? I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll leave it.
Probably. You have a opportunity to somehow skip through turns.
Yeah, events. Turn and events.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I thought it lasted for quite a while still.
It might. I don't remember.
We will see.
Blue Gremlin comes forward and guards. Gargoyle reguards. I'm passing here, so you have to use all your actions. And then, I think, is it this turn? Yes, here we come with my pro gamer move.
The pro gamer move, yeah. And I actually should have put the how's it called? The pants that reroll effect.
The Portland's Tempered Faults.
The tempered folds, yeah.
So I put out I remember you scoffing a little bit at me because I said I was doing a pro gamer move and then I put out Eco Mouse. But then here comes the Rouse the Beast on Eco Mouse. And with all those interceptors and guards that you've set up, this little mouse now can move in and attack you. And you actually only have 2 armor and he has piercing 1. So you get 1 armor against his 2 dice attack.
He actually hits me for 2 dice, I think.
Yeah, full damage. Full damage. 3 damage coming in here. But the bleed would have... I think we determined later on that if I had gotten the bleeds on these rolls with him, I might actually have won the game. Because it comes down to very little.
Pretty good with your damage rolls so far, right?
Yeah. I've been very lucky throughout this game in general, I think. And
this
I had to rely.
Max damage yet again.
Yep.
But this damage 1, actual damage 3.
This moment here was why we are commenting on this game. Because this is the best use I've ever had of EK Mouse. Oh, I love it. And he's just a cool guy. I don't know. I've never seen anyone else use him.
And I see the pro gamer move that happens next round. Do you still remember?
No, I don't. So
the surging wave, which doesn't even get the slam, so missed the kill.
On EK
Mouse, and she hits again.
Nice. Is it a she? Do you think it's a she? Looks like a boy to me, or maybe I'm biased.
Probably you're right.
What do you think of EK Mouse in general? Do you have an opinion on this card?
I like it a lot, but I just don't play promos. So
okay, it is promo.
I have a bleed druid with focusing on a little bit more bleed than usual books do.
Okay.
And I would love to play EK Mouse in there, but I just don't play promos. Because with the Crocs, she can attack pretty safely and not get hit when something is grappled.
Yeah.
And also I was always looking, besides my Crocs, for a level 2 animal, which I can hide in elephant grass. And I think EK Mouse benefits greatly within elephant grass. So, yeah.
Oh, I don't even have elephant grass in this book. Maybe I should have that.
Yeah, you should. Horses inside elephant grass has basically just 3, which is disgusting.
Right. Yeah, that's disgusting. Oh, my Timberwolf has been rolling amazing in this game. Here we come in with an 8 damage, only 4 damage going in on the Gargoyle Sentry, but still with 4 armor, and then he comes up here and gives 4 damage. I think
you almost kill a Gargoyle in this game.
Yeah. Which is a feat in itself. Yeah. So here I'm trying to remove your guards. Despite having an elusive guy in here, I still need to make room for me throwing some attack spells at you to pop the shield and such.
So I go on the offensive now. I removed 4 armor from your side this turn, and I think now I'm accepting the race, I think.
Yeah. That would make sense.
It will be a race. But first I will try to kill the EK Mouse and fail miserably.
Lovely. If he had gotten the bleed there, that would have been amazing. But I can't complain when he rolls max damage. Still, it's just really good. So after multiple, I think I've had like at least 10 games with this book where I was trying to seriously play EK Mouse, and then it finally happened while I wasn't recording. So that's why we're doing this now. If any of the viewers have questions about Mage Wars 2.0 or something you want us to talk about, you can write the questions in the chat right now and we will address it later. So here we come with an Aciduous, which is a creature that I really love and love to see it in your book here.
Very good.
Yeah. But you're paying the three spell points for him.
Yeah, unfortunately. The same as for a big ooze.
And I pop your shield with a what's it called? Whoops. Acid Ball?
Acid Ball.
Why did you take no damage? Oh, because of the shield. Yeah, and the 2 corrodes. Yeah. Very good. Hurl Rock in hand, and you have the Searching Wave then, and a Teleport. No, brace yourself in the Teleport, so no Searching Wave this turn. Okay. 2 damage going in on Wizard. From what? Oh, that was Mouse again. Again, not rolling the bleed, which is too bad. But again, can't really complain. Getting damage on the very heavily defended Wizard here is very nice. And best case use of Mouse. For sure. And at this point, yeah, you're switching your targets away from the Deathlock and just hitting me instead. Which I think is maybe even you should have done that a little bit earlier. Because I think you would have won the damage race regardless. But maybe I was guarding him before, or I probably was.
Yeah, you were guarding the Deathlock.
Yeah.
And you pass all the time, so...
Yep.
Damage your Mage a little.
Oh, 3 criticals.
3 damage again, but you're at 0 armor, I think.
Am I at 0 armor at this point? Yeah, you've taken away my Rhino hide as well, so then I am at 0 armor, precisely. Yeah. And so I'm fully committed at this point. There's only one window for me here, and that is to try to kill your Mage before you kill mine, because I'm very obviously losing the long game here. No doubt about it. But you are at 21 out of 32. I'm at 24 out of 34. So you are at 11 health and I'm at 10. And our creatures are exchanging blows to get a bit of guard and stuff like that. But 2 gargoyles is really hard to punch through. And here I remember the freaking wounded prey, and I think you allow me to put roll an X die for that, because I forgot to do it for the attack.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, now it gets very, very ugly for me.
It does? Oh.
Yeah.
You remember this game way better than I do. Okay. Yeah. Cast teleport. What are you teleporting? Oh, a jelly to me. Yeah. I remember I was a little bit weirded out by this move, but okay, you get really good damage on me. Oh, I die? Oh no, that's why the game thinks that that there's no more turns up here, because I forget that I have my Gator Toughness on right now, so I'm not dead.
Ah, yeah.
And then we keep doing it, but we keep playing in manual mode, so I think there's one more turn at max. Probably. Are you out of dispels? Because you could just dispel the Gator Toughness. Maybe you don't. I think I remember you saying you were playing the fun game after this, instead of killing me. And I get you with a Hurl Rock here. Oh, that's good damage though.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. And you also hit a boulder next round.
Right, because I have initiative next turn. So I actually have a legit kill chance on you here within the context of the game.
But
8 damage.
Yet again, a very good damage roll for the record.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm very lucky, I think, throughout all this game, which I have to be against 8 damage.
So now I'm at 29.
Alright.
Yeah. And now we do just everything manual.
Yes.
And I have a brace down and Voltaic Shield, which is basically negating 7. So you need to roll 10 damage with 8 dice.
Right, because you only have 3 HP remaining. So yeah, if I had landed that bleed, is it two rounds ago or whatever, it would have ticked 3 times. So you would have been dead here, I think, if that one freaking bleed would have landed. But I can't complain. I've been super lucky. So here we go with the boulder, the final throw, and it does not deal enough damage. I re-roll it and deal 2 damage, so you're at 1 HP. Right.
Yeah. And this is where I should dispel and the game is over, but I don't. Because I think we said we do it like that.
Alright. Which is kind of funny, but then I move into the dense fog. That's why we go next turn, because now you can't hit me. I guess I'll leave it at speed 5 throughout here, because the game is more or less over at this point. And you have initiative next turn where the dense fog is gone, so you have...
Yeah, but I don't kill you, I heal.
Right.
Well, it gets funny, because I refuse to just dispel it.
Yeah. It was a really fun game, and I'm glad I finally got Ika Mouse to do something. It's not the first time I cast him, but it is the first time I feel like he actually could have probably put me in a position to win the game, at least. And could have gone all the way with that freaking bleed.
So yeah, now we have a party going on, so...
What did I even plan here? Spray of barbs. Yeah, but then you put the dense fog down, so I couldn't do anything. And you had a little boulder in hand. I bet you also have more dispels in your book, so you could have easily gotten rid of it. Oh, I do my big... Here we get to see a pillar move in the next turn for those who were questioning why the pillar is so freaking good. I'm going to show you one of my... the real pillar trick, the one where you get the 80 dice out of it every time.
You think the pro gamer move?
That's the second second pro gamer move of the game, yeah. But that's the one I've been using a lot in different books. And that's why I think I have already put it down here. Force Wave and Killer right.
A heal wand out with you at 2 HP.
And you heal down to...
You healed as well, so the dispel was no kill here.
Did I heal? How? Oh, from Dorcius. Right. So then I put down the pillar, move to the other side, and then Force Wave the whole zone into the pillar. That's one of my favorite ways to use pillar, because it rolls... That's 4, then here comes 6, so now we're up to 10 dice, and then comes...
I can't even kill you this turn.
Right, because I'm too far away. Okay, I'm putting it up to speed 10 at this point, because it's kind of silly. But yeah, you can't kill me, so I guess Ika Mouse gets another hit at you, but you, with the heal wand, it's really unlikely that I get to do anything here. And I'm being chased by all of your creatures. I'm pretty proud of getting you so close to death with this book. It really shows. And I think this was without the 10 channeling rule. So if I had the 10 channeling...
it was even without the 10 channeling.
Yeah. So when I made the book here, I didn't actually think that it would be competitive. But I'm starting to think that it... And I've tweaked it a bit since then. We can have a look at maybe... I don't know. What do you think of my book? Do you think it's competitive?
I think it can be. I think you need a little bit more curses on Falala.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't know how long she lasts in your usual games.
This is I think the first time I lose her. But I mean, when I lose her, that will be how I lose the game. If I lose her early on, and it's not like people can't kill her, right? It's just people. If an enemy has the right cards, they can kill her maybe in round 3, and then I don't get to benefit off of her at all. So I get another shot at you here, where I needed maximum damage, and then another hit with a Timberwolf, and I get to hit you with what? Why are you not guarding here?
because I think I intercepted.
Okay.
I don't know. The one gargoyle is on guard. I don't know how you can. Maybe
Uh,
afterwards. Oh, this is the surging wave.
Here comes the
Does
searching
nothing.
wave, and it did nothing. Really? 2 damage to poor little Liga Mouse. And Julie has closed the game window, and now Master has closed the game window. Alright, so we are done here. But GG was a fun one.
GG. Yeah, it really was.
With a defend in your hand. Nice. Any closing thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I really like this opening with Philela and Dorcius. I actually think it's very strong.
For
But
sure.
I think to use Philela even a bit better, you need a few curses.
Yeah.
After all, it's to get Ecamos to work. But all in all, Dorcius gets really, really ugly to play against. And as long as you have a backup plan versus each and any holy book that tries to snipe your Dorcius, then you should be good to go.
I mean, I use the enchants to keep my creatures alive. That's the basic plan, right? All my creatures benefit off of any of the enchants that I have here, so they can stay alive for longer. Mostly it goes on Dorcius and the Mage, and then sometimes I give Philela a Gate of Toughness. But that's been about it, I think. I had more curses before, but then for the reasons of spellbook points, I went away from it. Now I only have the Mark for Death, and then I took in like the Reclamation points since it's in Reclamation enchant. Since it's in school, it saves me points, and it's kind of like a curse. But I agree, I could easily have more.
Oh, and by the way, why we closed the game here is because I wanted to kill even more of your stuff, and you said, "Shoot me now with your Gorgon," and I did.
Yeah. I mean, I prefer it when people play to win. I know you could play for fun and keep playing, but I mean, that way you can keep playing.
Yeah, it's over a while ago. Yeah. And
so Simon says, "Good game, guys."
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Should we brave into a little discussion about Mage Wars 2.0? Do we dare? I promised already, so we will. But
sure, why not?
Yeah. Sure, why not? I forgot. I bet you've had a lot of thoughts about it as well. I've been thinking a lot about how to approach it. So.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not easy, and
yeah.
I'm not too sure on how I would do it if it was down to me.
I think I want to, if I can open here, I have, the way I look at it is, it's sort of trying to defend Mage Wars 2.0. So there's been a lot of talk about the whole backwards compatibility. And the way I see it, there's like 3 ways that you can make Mage Wars 2.0. The first one would be to make it fully backwards compatible. So like at that point, it's more like just an expansion to the game though, right? But maybe streamlining some rules and stuff like that. So that way everyone can use it. And I think that's the generally preferred method for most of the community because we want to use all the same cards. But I'm not sure that that's the best way for Mage Wars in general, because it would... Mage Wars 2.0, I think, would suffer from having to be backlogged like that. Then the other way is to say that it's like a different game mode where you can, like the same way Academy works, right? Is you can, it's a separate game mode, but you can still use all of the cards in Academy in Mage Wars Arena. So if you made Mage Wars 2.0 as a new, consider it completely like an Academy game where it's completely its own, functional on its own, but all the cards from Mage Wars 2.0 could theoretically be used in Mage Wars Arena. So if people prefer Mage Wars Arena, they can just take the cards from Mage Wars 2.0 and play it in that. or they can play the new game, which is like Academy, its own thing. And then option C would be to make it a completely new thing that has streamlines the rules as however they want to do it, and leave it at that. Not with any backwards compatibility. So that's the three major ways I think Mage Wars 2.0 could be made. And then beyond that, we can discuss that. I think it becomes primarily subjective about what is better. I think I would prefer option B because it makes it so that you can have Mage Wars 2.0 be its own thing, but also use the old arena game. I don't know. What do you think?
I would probably be the most happy with option C because I think whoever likes arena, like obviously we do because we spend a lot of time with it, can just still play the old game. What's the problem? But that's just my personal opinion, of course.
That's a very important argument, though, to be made, is that no matter what happens to Mage Wars 2.0, no matter what they do, if it's shit or if it's the best game in the world, no matter what happens, Mage Wars Arena is still playable as Mage Wars Arena, and we can keep...
Yeah.
If Mage Wars 2.0 is shit, then don't buy it, just keep playing Mage Wars Arena, and nothing is lost, right?
This is probably what I'm gonna do anyways.
Yes, of course.
Like, I still have my cards and I can still play with my own house rules, fixes or whatever. Like I still own the game and I can still do whatever I do want with it. I tend to compare it to classical computer games where you buy something and at some point the online player base gets smaller and smaller, and sometimes maybe even server support or update support will get shut down. But you still own the game and can do anything with it.
Exactly.
But of course, the company tries to support the newest versions and probably tournaments and tournament rules and streamers and general interest will be put into the most recent published items, games. And the same will probably happen to Arena too, but there's nobody stopping me from playing Stronger Crusader or whatnot right now.
Exactly.
It's just that general public loses interest over time.
That's another thing. I mean, and that'll happen to any game at any point, right? I think that's just very important to remember that they can never destroy Mage Wars Arena. That's one of my main arguments. Yeah, so Cosmos Carl says, perhaps Mage Wars 2.0 could be a game which could use cards from Arena and Academy in the way that Arena uses cards from Academy. Yeah. You mentioned that the idea that Mage Wars 2.0 could be like Academy, lending cards to Arena, but do you think it would be better to go the other direction, have Academy and Arena feed into a Mage Wars 2.0? But that was option C, right? Isn't that? That's basically that's option A from my description before, where it's its own game that's fully backwards compatible. So which means what means precisely what you're saying, Cosmos Carl, which is that it will take all the other cards and then port them into Mage Wars 2.0. And I mean, if that was done correctly and really well, then that would be the best option, potentially. But it has so many pitfalls and so many issues that I think it's possible. And if they go for it, then Godspeed to them. But I think it's gonna be. I don't want to use the word impossible, because of course you could just make a really small Mage Wars 2.0. It'll be more like an expansion at that point. Right, so then why not call it a Mage Wars expansion, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that many of the cards, ideas, artwork probably will get reused, and a lot of the vanilla cards are fine as they are. They might have been a bit over priced or underpriced or too high of a level or too low of a level for some cards to see play. Like the big angels, they are probably right now a bit too expensive. And the Makunda, for example, is a super nice card, but does too little for its mana cost. And other cards like the Gremlin, like Dorsius, like the Brutes, are probably too cheap for their costs. So you could, in theory, take with you a lot of the ideas of the cards and just adjust a little thing. And you could still use your old zombie brutes, but just paying 13 instead of 11 mana for them, or whatever minor tweaks to some of the old cards could happen. And they might get a new background image, but if you sleeve your cards, what is the problem? So
Yeah. Okay,
of course
but
you can use your old cards even if something happens to them.
so just for reference, you're talking about that would be option C, where it's completely its own thing,
Yeah.
but then takes what's good from the old game and makes it new and shiny and chrome, fixes everything.
Yeah.
And then
Correct.
reuses
Exactly.
it to that's the problem. The problem with that is it's so close to backwards compatibility, but it's not really backwards compatibility. So it's right on the line.
Because it's more like a ban list where you ban cards and exchange them with others, and a few you say, okay, you are fine as you are the new standard.
Yeah.
We adjust every other card to your power level, because of course you have to choose a certain power level. And you could say, okay, every card that we printed is too strong or too weak, like, and ditch every idea and not work with anything that you have. Like, say you give every mage 20 channel now. So if you get 20 channel every round, probably a lot of the creatures, a lot of openers will not be the same anymore.
Yeah.
Just because that will make a lot of difference. Same as you go into the academy direction and say, okay, you give every mage 3 channel. Of course, these are extreme examples, but you could also set a power level completely above or below current cards. Or you choose a power level that is in line of some card that exists, which is more probable to have.
I think if we go with that and say option C, where it's completely its own thing, there could easily be like a community project to adjust cards from the old game and port them in. That would be like an unofficial thing, but that's like something we could do as a community, or some people do that on their own, like we've done with the Academy Mages. We were able to port them, right?
Most probably that will happen anyway.
That will probably happen anyway, because we are gamers and we can't not do that. I think, and I would love to do that kind of thing. So there's 2 questions here from
because
go ahead.
The main problem, I think, is with streamlining cards or removing and or changing keywords, which makes some old ideas or concepts not really be easily adjusted to the 2.0. Like, if they would get rid of grapple, I would have a hard time with an easy fix for a croc, for example, to just use it. But I don't see any keyword change doing a lot to a Timberwolf, because he's a vanilla creature, and either it's the power level for Timberwolf or it's the power level for Razor Tusk, which is basically 1 mana less and 3 health less, which pretty much everyone agreed on is below Timberwolf.
Yep.
Or it could be the power level of Isimvilla, which is same mana, exchange 1 armor for piecing 2, which pretty much everyone agrees is above Timberwolf, but which is legendary.
Yes, so that balances it out a little bit. maybe.
So vanilla creatures will not have any problem, I guess. But it's more about keywords and maybe too strong. But over and undercosted things can just be balanced. But keywords and abilities is probably the those might be the creatures that might just see the cut, like a
Yeah.
Sardonyx or Althea or whatever fancy ability is out there, or Shirian Leviathan, which restrains everyone in a water terrain
Right.
and niche things like that.
Yeah. The problem with full
But
backwards compatibility then would be that that is not possible, right? Because the cards, if you have to make them reusable,
yeah, you have
then
to do something with the keywords.
then you have to
And
change the keywords.
I think that a lot of the keywords will be streamlined down, like bleed and rot and cripple,
Oh, I hope not, but
stun
yeah,
days, lamb stagger. There are so many conditions, and even
yeah.
today we had a discussion whether a stagger allows you to move or not. I think
Mm.
we both of us played more than 1,000 games, and still these discussions come up.
Oh,
So
just
there has to be some like reason behind streamlining conditions, I think.
I did a
And
calculation that I'm
keywords.
about to reach 2,000 games played, by the way, recently.
Yeah,
But that's an
well,
estimation. I can't know.
I trusted my
You probably
Octagon
have it too.
profile count, but this one didn't update since 3 years, so it's
Yeah, it
a
doesn't.
little bit hard.
All right, so we have two questions here.
Sure.
First is any other cards you think are problematic in Mage Wars in the current meta, disregarding Pillar of Righteous Flame, and then two, there are a lot of cards that are basically never used. Do you think this is a problem or just a side effect of the game type? So the first one here, do we have other problematic cards? Swarms comes to mind, but we've community fixed them ish, but
So
still problematic.
I think it comes down to what type of play you are, maybe. So I think the both of us, we can do, or we do play, and we also enjoy playing a little bit more funny games or a little bit Timmy books, like just for the theme, trying something. Probably you more the type of player than I am, but also I do it. And as long as you're trying to have fun and just go for theme or cool looking cards or just interesting mechanics, there's probably not really a problematic card because you're just going for the fun. If you're a more competitive player, which also both of us are, you just try to do like numbers, trial and error, and try to see and look and find the better and problematic cards because
they win you
basically
games.
it's which card is broken enough to make it into my book, which is the best thing that I could do. You actively search for these cards.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that annoys you is if you see a few cards too often, or if there are no counters against something. So basically, this is probably what we are looking at if you're competitive and a few cards are played so often.
Before Pillar of Righteous Flame, I used to my main hated card was always Wall of Thorns, and I still despise it for what it's done to Mage Wars, but it's not as problematic as the Pillar of Righteous Flame. But I hate Wall of Thorns and the way it's made, just because it doesn't make sense.
But Wall of Thorns also promotes aggressive play because it heavily punishes going low on armor.
That's true. Yeah, sure.
Gives you an incentive to work towards low armor and use the Wall of Thorns for finishing.
And that's not why I hate it
But
though. But I think, and also but War of Thrones have been fixed a lot by a lot of the armor that has come out, so it's easier. There's been a lot of cards
mm,
throughout the years that have over time diminished the problem that it was. Like Eagle Claw boots, for example, wasn't in the game at the start, I believe, and so
yeah.
forth. There's more armor items, and more enchants that give
So
armor, and more ways of working around it.
so one approach for this is probably, as I see it, the Druid and Necro expansion was a bit overpowered in general. So Druid and Necro are both very, very strong.
Hmm.
They
Right.
ever was, they ever were. They always were strong. And I had the feeling that everything that they did post Druid Necro was to give other classes the same broken stuff to match the power level from Druid Necro.
Yeah, that's power creep.
Which is okay, which is fine. But
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
fine.
the prior cards in the core set, a lot of them are now quite below the new power level, so to speak.
Hmm.
So
And this is, of course, something that we are hoping that they will
there are a
fix.
few really good cards. Dorcius is one of them, because I often try to include Dorcius in books just that my opponent can't play him, which is the
Yeah.
main reason. Brutes are, of course, really strong. The Gremlins are very strong. Then Allendale is pretty strong, but not too strong. The Jellies, of course, are very strong.
Yeah.
But
It's interesting with the brutes, for example, because the brutes are one of the main arguments that people use to justify the pillar. And I think that, if anything, that makes brutes a problem, right? If they were fixed, then that argument would vanish, which would help with the battling the.
I think one of the main problems is that I think they made the pillar to fight the zombies.
Yeah, which is not it's like putting what do they call it, like stitches, putting patchwork on a solution instead of addressing the problem. It's like, okay, if we do this, then it balances it out. But it does not work like that in a game as complicated as this.
A lot of people are talking about ritual. What I also said in the survey is not a problematic card in itself, but as I see it, there's not a real counter against equipment at all. So the heavy defensive playstyle has always been there, and it's always been pretty good, but it's a bit frustrating to play against, at least for me. So I would just wish for any way to punish heavy equipment builds.
Okay.
If it was like a one-time spell, deal 1 damage for each piece of equipment that your opponent has equipped.
Okay.
Or like an enchantment, or destroy every level 1 equipment from your opponent.
But over the last few expansions, there's been a lot of new cards that deal with equipment and rust, right? So I think they have addressed this guy, the curse item and the crumble, and then the new one that can remove 2 pieces of equipment at once, which I have seen to good use as well.
There are cards that punish you for having a lot of creatures.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
That punish you for having a lot of enchantment.
Yeah.
There are cards that punish you for having a lot of attack spells.
Not
really, but interceptors, if you carry 20 attack spells, make you very sad.
Yeah.
But
I get what you mean, but
nothing that punishes having a lot of equipment. There is stuff to do against equipment in general, but not versus a lot at the same time. This is just one card that is missing.
All right, let's try to approach the other side of the spectrum where the question was there are a lot of cards that are basically never used. Do you think that's a problem? So, like you mentioned Sardonyx earlier and the Razor Tusk, right? Cards that, if you play them, you're playing it for fun, because if you were trying to play it seriously, you would have chosen a better card, right?
Yeah, but this is why similar games have chosen a different approach with seasons and
Mm.
only allowing cards to be played in the standard competitive mode for a certain amount of time, and they have a rotation system. Because with this type of game, you always release cards at slightly different power levels, and there are always ones slightly better than others and slightly worse.
Yeah,
And over time, now we have 980 different cards, maybe according
yeah,
to the Octagon Spellbook Builder, and maybe a few less because of the stat cards. So probably 940 cards, and basically the Gate Wizard build or my Forest Master build, at its core, the general idea and approach to the game will not really change. I don't even want it to change. So when new cards get released, I basically look at the new cards in the sense of which of the new cards is better than a card that I already have, so
yeah.
I can replace it and even strengthen my deck even further. It's not really giving it a new twist, but just improving it
Yeah.
more and more.
Sometimes you just get a little bit of like spellbook points efficiency with adding a card that you before had something else to fix a solution. Now you have an
Yeah.
in-school thing to fix the same solution. Like the Spray of Barbs is a good example for the nature mages. It replaces a lot of like hurl rocks and stuff, and then suddenly you have maybe just 2 or 3 extra spellbook points left over that you can now use on different cards, and that in general amounts to power creep in the game, right? And that's, I think,
Yeah.
unavoidable in a game like Mage Wars, unless you did something
Yeah.
like seasonal ban lists or whatever you want to call them, which you mentioned from other games, which I think might be kind of interesting, but I'm not sure. I'm sure I like the method, but if done really well, I think it could be good.
Yeah. So actually, a few years ago, I watched, just out of interest, a few videos on game theory,
Okay.
um, where it was like intentionally. So you give the player the option to choose between multiple options, like option A, B, C, D, and you intentionally create one option to be stronger than the others. So you intentionally create, for someone checking the numbers, he realizes that option A is way better than B or C or D.
Yeah.
But you create countermeasures, so B counters A. So if you realize it and see that option A is easily the best option to choose, so everyone chooses A, and you are the smart one, choose B, you counter option A, so you are the strongest deck.
Yeah.
So by intentionally making A better than the rest and allowing for counterplay, B is better than A.
Yeah.
And if enough people realize it, that it's better to go B against A, then there are a lot of people playing B. So you actually are the best by going C, which counters B. And if a lot of people realize that you're playing C, and a lot of people, if enough people do it, you're the best playing D. And if a lot of people play D, you're best off playing A again.
Mm.
So you basically have this like
Shifting meta.
shifting meta, exactly, and you intentionally create it by doing counters and intentionally overpowering one branch, basically.
Yeah, I think
course, you need to do it right,
describes Mage Wars really well. I think.
Yeah,
I guess that's your point.
But this is going back to what I said earlier. I have this theory about a few branches and what counters what. But whenever it comes to this very defensive and I just pump out my mage and even go curses with a lot of equipment, and equipment is usually defense, I just have nothing to choose to counter equipment. So if
really?
Mage Wars in general was a bit more counter-ish, and certain cards being very good versus something, but just in that case, not generally always, but just sometimes, I think that would be very healthy for the game and be also a way to maybe get rid of this loophole which you put yourself in when creating more and more cards, where it will always be that some cards are just better than others, but by creating very situational, super good cards, you even give those a reason to exist. You can play them for fun because you like them, and in the right circumstances, they are super powerful. But if you just go for vanilla cards and stat a few wrong, they're too bad, basically.
All right. We are in a bit of a tangent here, but I want to say I'm not sure I really agree with the whole your thesis about equipment being. I know that it's hard to counter, but so just from speaking from experience, when I try to do a heavy equipment build, there's certain builds that I just lose to because it's. I mean, while it's good, it's not a perfect build, and so if I have to attack equipment a little bit, then the main thing about equipment is that it only protects your mage. So if you put anything else on the board, you're not protecting it with your equipment. So if you have a battle forge or a mana flower or anything, creatures that you put down, anything that isn't on your mage then will be more exposed because you invest mana in only protecting your mage. So if anything, that counters it a little bit, and then there's a lot of direct damage, like mostly in Dark School, but I get what you're coming from, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a point to argue about.
Yeah. All right, so we have a few more questions.
Yeah, sure.
I'll speed it along. But first, the question was from James Podham. I think that is Red Dice Diary. So first of all, it's nice to see you again. It's been a while. Can you post it when it's done? This video will go online, and I'm also recording it. I think I will be cutting the discussion out and posting it separately. And then
that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. So then we have a lot of questions here. Honestly, I think if you nerf 2-4 cards between Druid and Neko, the game would be much more balanced. And I think we could do that as a community. Oh, but making people agree on what those cards would be is gonna be troublesome, eh?
Yeah, it's very interesting, and also I think while doable, I think Mage was.
Are you still with me? You cut out, Julie. All right, I'll address it then. I think it could be doable, as he says, and I think it would be very interesting. I would trust Arcane Duels to make the right choices, but I also think that maybe we could do like a community project where everyone votes on cards that, if we say next tournament. Oh, no worries. So my idea right now is I would trust. First of all, I would trust Arcane Duels to make the right choices. And no matter what they do, if they only do it once, I think it's always a good idea to try new things. And we could do like a community vote if we wanted to approach it like that. Do a community code where say next tournament, we want to make a ban list. We want to ban, let's just say, 10 cards in total. Everyone votes on these cards, and the 10 cards that gets the most votes are banned for the next tournament. Something like that. Could be kind of interesting to approach it like that. I think it would be best to say we do it temporarily and see what happens. What do you think about that approach?
what's the question again? I had to.
It was about banning
Oh,
a few cards, specifically from Druid and Necro, but and whether that would make the game more balanced.
It would be definitely an interesting approach to the game and make for some new games, and of course
Keep it fresh.
fresh minds will probably benefit the most out of it. But personally, I don't like it too much because I keep repeating myself. I think it's not the power level or something that I'm concerned about the most, but this whole rule inconsistency and debating over something 7 years and with 1,500 games played, which
That's definitely Mage Wars'
is
biggest
more.
problem. Is the
I think you basically just need to compare the whirlpool with the pillar for rule wise, for things to get complicated, or lullaby, where basically the guy with initiative decides on where the last if the last dissipate token does something or not. And a lot of other things which is more problematic than
So your wish here is for that to be
power level things.
That's what you want Mage Wars 2.0 to address. That's what you're saying, right? That this ruling consistency is and I think you are right. That if anything, if you would point at anything that is the biggest problem in the Mage Wars, is that new players coming into this community and trying to figure out what the fuck. Sorry, excuse my language. How just some traits work, that you have to dig through years of online discussions, and you see some people writing about a rule somewhere, but maybe they didn't know about a specific ruling, and so forth. So the forum is saturated with these rules discussions that are irrelevant now and sorting between them, and I cannot imagine what a new player coming into Mage Wars right now must feel like.
Even when I wrote about Tartrap 3 months ago or 2 months ago on the forums, I basically posted 2 questions and we never got to a conclusion for neither of them, how it works. With a Tartrap on a vamp, and the vamp gains flying at the start of action phase, and you have to reveal Tartrap at the start of action phase and recheck if the target is still viable, and the vamp is now flying, so you should have to discard it. It's my opinion, but I don't know, because who decides which is exactly the same triggers first, which makes a lot of difference. Also with Fizzle, when you turn a mandatory reveal down, you have to reveal it. You should have to discard it, but you don't, or you do. I don't know.
Oh no, that's written on the card. That's written on Fizzle though. But let's not go into it.
It's written on Reveal Magic, but not on Fizzle. Whatever. But
well.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put that on ice. Sorry, but we can talk about forever. So I'm gonna skip the comments about Necro and Druid, because these things have been debated forever and it doesn't really have anything, I think, to do with Mage Wars 2.0. Of course, we hope that in Mage Wars 2.0 every class will be balanced, but that's something we cannot really affect, and we cannot guess at what kind of systems they are going to use for any of the mages. So it's But then there's a good question here, I think. What do you think about an automatic balancing system, like an online tracker that changes the cost of a card depending on use, e.g., changes the mana cost every month? So like a continuous database that updates cards. And this kind of leads into a question that I have, which is very controversial, I know, but what if Mage Wars 2.0 was a completely digital game, looking into the future, modernizing it, and then applying a system like that, kind of like Hearthstone. We see it in Gwent, and I see it in the new Runeterra game that's come out. I'm not just mentioning some card games that CCGs that I know, but in general, online cards have these options, and I think Mage Wars suffers a lot from not having this kind of flexibility. So, what would you, Julie? Now I'm asking you directly. Would you buy into a completely digitized Mage Wars 2.0 system?
I would probably do so, just because I like Mage Wars too much, and I play it online mostly anyway. So I actually like the flexibility that you gain from a lot of fixes and tryouts, and also you would have the ability to gain a lot of data which you can analyze and use. But it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of coding, and it needs a lot of people to keep maintenance over stats. And definitely it's hard to just rebalance something based on use, because just if a lot of people like dark mages and a lot of people play necro, that doesn't mean that it's broken or overpowered or needs any changes. Just might be that a lot of people like the theme of dark schools, so you
Right, but if I
always
can,
have to
I'll interrupt you here
connect it
because
to win percentages and whatever. And also this is rather problematic, because we see a lot of games finished with a boulder or a fireball or attack spells in general, and very often players win by casting a boulder. So very often your win chance rises immensely by casting a boulder,
yeah,
because you wouldn't even cast a boulder in the first place if your opponent is way out of reach. So even that might be problematic, because there are a few game ender cards like Unholy Reversal, Poison Blood, or Deathlock,
right. But
which in that way would probably get very expensive too. So the balancing thing, I'm not too sure, but about an online game in
right, but
general, I would like a lot.
if I can counter argument that, I would say that what you're assuming here is that it would be based on, and he did write automatic balancing system. So and that then the problem that you're addressing here is that what would that algorithm that automatically balances card base its decisions on? And I don't think I would.
Yeah, I
Just
think you
to
definitely need some humans behind it, and
that I
this
would
would get
prefer
very
that. I don't think it
intensive.
should be automated at all. It should be only humans, for sure, because we can make informed decisions about cards way better than a machine can. Basing it on data is fine. You can have humans sorting through the data, looking at kind of, and also the feedback. But the big argument for digitizing and making a balanced system like that, a flexible one, would be if you just look at Pillar. We could fix Pillar so easily if it was a computer game.
Yeah,
You could just turn up the mana cost a little
very
bit,
true.
and then
See
all of the problems are gone.
What affects it?
And I'm not talking about constantly changing cards. I'm like maybe once a month, or like I'm not going to set a pace, but let's just say like once a month you change a one card's mana cost by 1. Small incremental changes, just not like big changes. You can do big changes. Why? Sure, why not? But the main goal would be to make small incremental changes, like if the Razor Tusk, so no one plays Razor Tusks ever. All right, so we lower the mana cost by 1. See if it changes anything. Then you wait a year. Give it a year or 6 months before you change the same card again. Look at the meta. Does no one play Razor Tusk? Then think about why not. I don't want an automated system on it at all. That could work, but I don't think that would be the way.
Doesn't need to be, but you could change remove curse to require target. You could do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
To encourage any type of play and see if it works. you can try a lot of changes, basically.
Yeah.
Way more easily. So yeah, I'm pro that idea, but I think it's hard to realize because of staff size and maintenance cost and small
Absolutely.
player target base, probably.
But yeah, I'm
Target group.
secretly hoping for the fully digitized version. Also, because if you want to move forward in the gaming world, I don't think it's just not sustainable. They're not going to make. It's way more expensive to distribute a board game. I mean, it's more expensive to make, I think, a digitized version because you would need all the programming, which you, of course, when you make a card game with cardboard, all you have to do is make the cards, write the rules, put it out, and then it plays itself. No one has to do any programming or maintaining code or anything. But I think if you can get past the point where the game is already done, then adding new cards becomes pretty easy. Like you see, Sharkbait has to do it in our platform here. The whole system is already set up. When he adds new cards, he needs to do some stuff with the code to make sure it applies for the new rules, but adding new cards is nowhere near the same amount of work that is to make the game in the first instance, right? And I think it would reach a larger audience if you had Mage Wars on Steam. Like the player base would easily be 10 times the size that it is now, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So
having
a proper online client and maybe even put it on Steam would help it enormously.
Yes. And then
we have another question.
Okay.
Or you can just go on. I don't want to interrupt you.
No. I thought you had a question, but maybe not.
No.
So Simon, or CC, which he is now named, says, "Good point, guys. You sold me on the incremental human control changes. I would never play a solely digital game, though. I love watching games online, but I only play IRL." Yeah, see, I understand that mentality, and I would hate to lose the players like you, Simon, who only wants to play in IRL. I get it. But so here's my question for you, if you want to ask it. How often do you get to play Mage Wars in real life, and with how many different people? And finally, do you feel like you've gotten your money's worth of playing Mage Wars IRL? Because these are the counter arguments, right? And if I only played IRL, I would never play Mage Wars, basically, because I have one friend, People Filter, here in Denmark, and now we live far apart, so we can't play regularly. So it would be like once a year. Instead, now I can easily play multiple games per week at any point in time I want to play from my couch, basically.
Yeah, same for me. I probably have gotten 20 real life games in so far. And at least 100 times that, at least, online. But of course, that's the two of us.
Yeah.
But it's also us talking in the internet about what we feel about the game. So, yeah.
And so, again, to address Simon's point here, he says, you sold me on the incremental human control changes. That's not something we know will be a thing. But if that is to be a thing, then it cannot be a cardboard game. Because the problem with like Pillar of Righteous Flame right now, for example, is that you can't change the card. What would you have to do? Well, then you have to distribute a new set of cards, like a separate box, and it would have to cost money for it to be viable. Otherwise, Arcane Wonders could in no way just give out free retcon cards, right? So they would have to make a repackaged box with a cardboard box with a new set of rules in it, addressing the new cards changes, and distribute it to.
did it with the Wizard's Tower and the
They did in fact
Standard.
do it. Yeah.
And
How did they do that? Let's talk about that for a second. How did they do that? Did they
mm,
print new Wizard's Towers cards?
I think you just have the rules somewhere, and I think a PDF file.
Okay,
Also with BIM, there was a change for BIM. There was a
right.
change for Battle Fury. There was a change for some other card that I don't remember.
Hmm. But
BIM, Battle
then the
Fury.
important difference is that that's a one-time change, right? They can't keep doing it, so we can't do these human-controlled incremental
Not
changes.
really often, at least.
Uh, I mean, but it's barely even viable for them to distribute Mage Wars as it is. That's the problem, right? And the board game stores have to buy into Mage Wars and put their boxes on the shelves and hope for them to sell. And if they don't, then the whole thing is lost, right? The digital distribution,
Yeah,
you make one game and then you hope people buy it. But if you need to reach a certain point and anything beyond that just becomes profit, which is amazing. There's not like a cost to each game sold, unless Steam probably takes like a royalty if they had to do it through Steam, but they could do it in their own
yeah, but
platform if they wanted. I mean,
probably Steam just helps you reach a bigger player base, and that's just
yeah,
fine on its own.
like I'm secretly hoping for that to be the case. Not secret anymore,
Well, well,
but
it would help to be supported by the company and be allowed for easier fixes because, of course, we right now play on Octagon and we play online.
we play online anyway, so for us it doesn't matter.
But yeah, it's a bit hard for new people to get it running and get it going. There's
Hmm.
no like easy tutorial. There's no animations. There's nothing of all the catchy stuff or animated stuff that keeps a lot of people interested into a game. Like
Yeah,
a lot of other games try to get your attention, and you have to put effort into Mage Wars to like get some joy or satisfaction out of it. Is it hard to say?
yeah. I just want to
Yeah.
mention real quick that this the same argument holds from earlier that no matter what they do with Mage Wars 2.0 digitized or anything else that we've been talking about, they cannot destroy Mage Wars Arena in its current state. And I
Yeah.
bet you even if
We
it
need to
was,
stress this more often.
yeah, this is very, very important. I think that's a lot of the discussion on Discord gets really heated because people think that then they say like, I won't buy it and I will never play that. That's fine, but we still have the game that we love, and they can never destroy it. And I would probably, even if no matter what option they choose, we will probably end up playing this version of Mage Wars Arena, unless the new game is so good that there would be no point. But
Yeah,
that's
but
I dare not hope. I dare not
I
hope.
personally think that they would streamline a lot of the conditions and um, keywords because this is really what a lot of players hate or get confused about. And also, you need it to streamline the rules. And we will lose a few cards which we like a lot. Like, I will lose my beloved Croc probably. No more grapple because grapple in itself is a super complicated condition. I even have to look up sometimes if I want to tsunami the zone where I have a Croc grappled something, and I have to look up when I can remove the grapple. Can I hit the Croc first so it is still immovable and I don't have to push it? Can I then release the prey and then push something? So, of course, we will lose cards that we really like, and of course, we will still play Mage Wars Arena. So we can
Yeah.
play the cool cards. So this will always be the case. Yeah, I wasn't really sure what I was arguing for.
No, I
Lost with the
understand.
Croc.
I mean, I personally really love complicated games where, because of so many complicated rules, I feel like it's player freedom for me. It means I can use all kinds of different mechanics to accomplish my weird goals. You called me a Timmy player earlier, which I think I am, at least in my heart. When I play tournaments, I try to be
I
as
said you were
competitive I can.
more of a Timmy player than I am.
Yeah. But I feel like a Timmy player a lot of the time. I'm trying to make weird things work in Mage Wars, and no other game will allow me the kind of freedom that Mage Wars does. That's why I love Mage
True.
Wars so much.
True.
And so the more you streamline, the more you simplify, the less of that feeling will remain. So I
True.
understand
Very true.
the sentiment, but there are other games that are already super streamlined. Like you could play Hearthstone, you can play that other game that also has a board. There's been a lot of CGGs in the recent years that have, I don't want to say they're inspired by Mage Wars, but at least they are now having cards that play units onto the board and then move on their own and stuff like that, which is amazing to see.
And spells.
Exactly. So there are so many of these kinds of games already that are so simple. So I want Mage Wars to stay in the current space that it is currently, where it's the most complicated one, where that allows the most freedom. But of course, I also want it to be approachable for new players. So I want two things that cannot coexist. I hope they find a good balance. And
yeah, same for me. Because I want to have the complicated things, and I want to have situations where I can wrap my mind about and really think of how do I do this best. But I don't want to look up 3 pages of rules and 3 discussions on whether this, like what I think is doable or not, or whether if my idea exists with the rules or does it not. Yeah, so very, very difficult. While I also want newer players to approach the game more easily than they do right now. So
one
I'm
of the
wishing for
counter
3 things at the same time, I think.
One of my counter arguments that I usually use against streamlining is that I know it's not a perfect world, but even if Mage Wars was so complicated that no one else wanted to play it, I could still play it with you and People Filter and a few select people. And honestly, that's enough for me. So I know that's a very selfish approach to it. And it's not good for Arcane Wonders.
I could actually propose the exact same argument. Like, even if they would put out 5 more expansions, like Paladin versus Siren, super complicated characters. I even have an extra Word document on my computer where all the auras are listed down, so I can look the auras up.
Yeah,
because they're not listed anywhere, and I don't have them on the PC, and I don't want to Google them every time. But I do need the auras.
I Google them every time, but I get what you mean. This is kind of the gatekeeping of Mage Wars, is that so complicated. Most people will need plug and play. That's the way that you sell games. So for Arcane Wonders' perspective, if you want to reach the biggest player base possible, they will have to go sort of against what you and I have in that sentiment. And I wouldn't mind having more minds playing Mage Wars. It would be amazing. So we can just hope that they find a good balance. So I'm going to move our discussion on, if you're okay. Or do you want to throw in an extra thing here?
Okay with it.
Yeah. So,
but also, what maybe still one more point. Previously, I was talking about this rule continuity with Pillar and Whirlpool, and some cards being stronger on initiative and weaker off initiative. And I am sitting here and thinking through my opener and thinking right from the start that in turn 7 versus this and that opponent, I will probably put this down to in turn 8 play this, to in turn 9 play this. So in turn 10 I get this and that. I really dig the idea that some cards could work like this and better in this situation and worse in that situation. But I also
Yeah.
want it to be consistent. So I like the challenge, but I think I would like continuity and just cards working as they are intended better than this. And I also like that it's not that too obvious that some cards need to be played in this or that direction. So I'm well aware that I am asking for something very complicated, but I also think that it's doable. Yeah,
Yeah.
we will see.
Yeah. All right. So I want to move us on a little bit. I want to quickly address again James' problem red dice. I don't think we want to go into how you would balance mages. We have a wizard question here. Same with the necro and the druid. These are discussions for like Mage was an arena in its own, and we can't know how they would address these things in Mage Wars 2.0 because we have no idea what it's going to look like. I mean, we can talk about it.
I'm definitely hoping for the same power level for all mages, of course.
Of course, that would be
and
that would be impossible. I'm just going to put it out there. It's never going to happen in a game like this. There will always be tipping points.
Yeah, but
it is the ideal to strive towards. That's what you're saying, right? That's
yeah. And what I was trying to actually put out there is we have this alternative beastmasters and warlords, and I think it actually would be better if they would not only differ by their stat cards, but you would also give the opportunity to make some specific cards for alternative mages. But maybe this is too complicated yet again. So they have they have a few cards that both of them can use and no one else, and a few cards that only A can use and a few cards that only B can use. I think this would be a good direction. Would also be a good way to buff priest only and not priestess and not paladin. And would maybe allow for a little bit more balance rooms, because right now you can pretty much do nothing to only help the priest and not the priestess, just by design. But that's probably just me. So if you allow yourself more wiggle room in the later stages, and if you allow yourself to not get restricted by cards like Enchantment Transfusion and what are the other cards, the other problematic cards, this is also very, very healthy for the game. And of course, more easily doable if you have an online game and can just ban or cycle out the problematic cards, even if one of them slips under the radar.
Yeah.
And you realize too late that it's a problematic card.
So let's take this a step further, because I think that's in the same ballpark. In the survey, there was a question about whether or not we wanted to have mages be more modular, where you mix and match and basically character build your own mage with a kind of point system as well. You basically use spellbook points to buy. That's what I'm imagining. You can use spellbook points to buy mage traits, more or less, and schools and stuff like that.
This is a very interesting question. Do you want to go first or me?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure most people might guess my responses, which I would freaking love that. If it's done well, it means that the game is now even more complicated, but again, it makes for more player freedom. And I can only imagine that how much I could do with that. If you just, I've honestly, I have built that system with our current Mage Wars rules in Tabletop Simulator. I have made cards with every mage trait and put them on separate cards, so that when you and I try to make like a little system to build mages with, and I was gonna play it with Romeo Zero, but I'm looking at you, Romeo. He never followed through on it. But we were talking about this, and I do have this system built for it, which I think could be really cool. Then you need to put a price on every mage trait. Like a sap is worth a lot, while maybe melee +1 is worth like a mediocre stuff, and then the siren stuff can go in the lower category. But I think that would be amazing if it was done well. What do you think about it?
So, well, I second your first sentences. I would love it if it's done well. Of course, like who would not? But this is the part where I will probably be how do you say it? Probably be disappointed the most easily, because I have a very clear vision in mind how I would like it to be. No, that's a sentence. Because I think if it would be like, okay, this is your playing character, choose 5 of the following traits, this would be a pretty bad approach, because then it's probably, okay, I want to play this archetype, or this mage is, someone will figure a way out to just do it like this, and this is the best. Like we have Gate Wizard now, and with Gate Wizard you do this and this and this.
That's the counter argument, is that if it then I will say if it's done poorly, it will end up being like everyone agrees that Wizard is best built with these 2 traits, and that's the only mage worth playing now because this is the superior build. Yeah. And then that destroys the entire thing. Right?
Yeah, this is
that's the counter
here probably. But what I would like to see is that you have a mage which is pre-constructed in a certain way, and that you have 3 options to choose. Like you have a certain base, and you go upside coupled to downside, upside coupled to downside. So you can specialize in like 3 or 4 ways. Say you get +1 melee, but 4 life less. Or you get like some customization, but it's always a trade-off. You can play base, you can play A, B, C, D.
Okay.
Which is probably also a lot more controllable in the sense of which amount of customization do you allow. So because if it's like you go shopping with 5 trade points and you can buy perks out of a pool, it's probably a lot more complicated to control what builds are possible and how to exploit certain things and whatnot. But if you do like stats juggle, I think you can still play a more offensive build or play a more defensive build, and you can probably like say, okay, I'm a Jok'Tari Beastmaster, but I don't know whether you chose the bow and arrow package or the beast package or the sprint package, whatever you want to call it. Like I see what mage you are, but not how you're specialized at the start. And maybe you can
so
choose
you mean
sprint and archery, or maybe you can choose beast buffs.
Just real quick, you're talking about having some of the traits hidden at the start of the game until they are used? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Or what do you mean? Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be very nice. And also like the customization, which is controlled, and you always do buff and trade-off, and you also have the base, which I think would be very interesting. Because it's easier to balance, and I think it adds an element of surprise, and I just think it's generally good. And if I want to play like Beastmaster with beasts, maybe I get a discount, or I'm just coming up with examples here, or I get fast
Yeah.
in archery, or I don't know, like you could also do these perks like a built-in arcane ring for the wizard from the start, which is this should mages start uh, with with some equipment. Should you skip some rounds? This was also included in the survey, I think, in the sense of should mages start with armor? And I think you could implement a few of these things with like hidden starting traits, or you could even gain armor and I don't know, gain armor and reach in 1 and lose 4 life. I think there are a lot of abilities, or maybe lose 8 life for a channel or whatever. You could get pretty creative.
Yeah.
And I think it would also be a very easy way to fix a character just replacing one module. Do you know what I mean? Like, just
absolutely.
create a bigger buff or a lower debuff in whichever path you want to buff. So if you feel like Beastmaster doesn't play a lot of beasts, you could do the beast path a little bit more promising. Which, like, I don't know. I think it would be a very smart way to balance and counter stats mages.
And I just want to bring us back real quick to the point about digitalizing it. This would be, if you do this system, then I think, again, that's a really, really good argument for going digital, because then you can, like you say, give out new mods, or if someone finds a combination of traits or something that is completely broken, it's easy to adjust. Right, with the incremental human control.
So actually, this is the first time that I come up with a solution like this. Also, with it being hidden until used or until round 1, after either it's used or it's just revealed and comes into play after round 1. I think I should maybe write an article or something about it so more people see it, because I think it's a pretty elegant solution after all. Maybe I'll do this. I got the time now. But if you hear this, anyone, please share your thoughts. I'd be interested if you like it or if you think this is too simple. But in the end, if I want to summarize it real quick, I want a few options for each mage, with an upside always coupled to a downside. You can go base or just no change, which could be a trait or an option on its own. Maybe 3 or 4 options. Not too many, not too few, like not 2, not maybe 3, but 3 to 5 would probably be my thing, and maybe even hidden until something happens or until a certain round. And
so that's
but
kind of the
customization, easily exchangeable, and adds more freedom to the game, and also a little bit more of a surprise factor, I guess, which is a lot of what Mage Wars wants to be, I think. And I feel it would be a good way to implement it into the game. But that's just me.
It could be taken further, and that's what I was talking about before, where every mage starts with, let's just say, 30 life, 9 channeling, and then you give out an extra spellbook points or whatever to balance the system, and then you can buy from every mage trait, and you can buy schools for spellbook points. Like, now I'm talking about the extreme other end of the spectrum, which would be total customization, where you buy everything. You buy extra HP with
spellbook points,
and you buy armor with spellbook points, and maybe you can buy your channeling up from the start with spellbook points, something like this. And maybe you could have, instead of saying spellbook points, you could make it a separate system with, call it character points, and say everyone has their spellbook points to build their book out of, and then like 20 character points, or 10 or 5, or however much you want to use. That'll be the extreme where you don't actually have preset mages. You can have, like you do in the books currently, you have some suggestions for books. You could have suggestions for pre-built mages. Use these in combination with each other to make a standard Beastmaster, for example. Suggestions. But then it would be up to the player themselves to completely build their own character. I just think that's worth at least thinking about. I don't think that that's a viable system, and I don't think that's the way it's going to go. But for me, with a complicated Timmy player who wants to affect my game, I would love that kind of system.
Yeah, I would love it too, but it has to be done.
That, like I said, if it's done well,
correctly,
because if it's done poorly,
and
it's gonna suck.
It's
Absolutely.
very easily to throw that one,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
So yeah, and this is why I came up with my idea actually. So
I like your idea. I like it a lot, and keep it in the lighter version, which was what we were talking about, where each mage then has a few different options tied to their like Beastmaster or Holy Mage or like Paladin or Warlord. Like you have a few traits then attached that then can be bought. I think that's the better way and the more safe way to approach it. But yeah. All right. We don't have any more new questions about Mage Wars 2.0 as such, at least the way I'm reading them here. Sinka B writes, she would love to see more mages trained in songs, soldiers, maybe schools, but that's kind of what we were already talking about here. Would make it more modular, or at least if they are set, then I really like how they did it with this Siren and the Paladin. I think this was a really nice approach, giving Sirens songs and pirates. We can talk about whether or not it was well done, but at least the idea behind it, I think I like that a lot. Right, because it makes new base mages interesting and different, and it encourages new playstyles.
Complexity, which is a good thing, while not getting too complicated, which is always a difficult trade-off to make. So I liked it too, but when you compare the stat card of a Beastmaster to the one of a Paladin or of a Siren, you of course know what you're up against, because one is way easier to understand than another. And when they want to make things easier and get rid of more keywords and whatnot, probably will rather go into the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, we don't know for sure about any of this. All right, so James also writes, the balance situation, we need to at least try something. Everyone agrees something needs to happen. I never got from many people that they were happy with the competitive scene. I just want to address this comment real quick, because the last Arcane Duels tournament did precisely what you were asking for. We are trying with the 10 channeling and the adjustment to the druids not getting that extra channeling. I feel like we are, as a community, making the slow moves towards doing that ourselves. And I agree that it should be done like very slowly. I think Arcane Duels is being really sensible about not making big changes. I love that they did that, and I am honestly really sad that I didn't participate in that tournament, because I feel like that tournament was very center point for what I would consider the future of Mage Wars, is that we as a community start taking things into our own hands. It's dangerous, but like it's a dangerous road to go down. But
yeah, but we've done it before, like the Disciple of Radiance, the bees.
Right. Yeah. But that's errata. That's not the same I'm talking about, really.
I think the Disciple was never errated officially.
No, but that's community errata, like the same with the swarms. But this
Yeah,
I
but
want to say that the balance situation is more like with the 10 channel
but
adjustment
it's not officially like that. It's not
no.
the official rules that you have to play it. It's just that everyone agrees on it. And if
Yeah.
everyone would agree on every mage to play with 10 channel except Druid, it would basically also be a fan errata.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
you could consider it a fan,
just
but
borrow.
I don't think anyone is proposing the Arcane Duels 10 channeling rule as like a new errata that everyone should play with. It's just something they're trying for tournaments, right? Which is my point.
I see a
And
lot of games being played with 10 channel now, even
yeah,
more
but
than before.
because people love it.
Yeah, I still plan my openings with 9 channel, but
Mm.
yeah,
But I
even
hope you see what I'm getting
even
at. I'm hoping that in future tournaments, Arcane Duels will continue to push the boundaries a little bit every time. Like try some new errata that they make themselves, just different things. It's kind of in the same ballpark as the incremental human changes we were talking about before. Doing them as a community ourselves is really healthy for the current Mage Wars. But it's not this is unrelated to Mage Wars 2.0, but we can basically apply those systems ourselves, right?
yeah, true, because this is basically a way of like adding mana cost differences or slightly shaking up the tier list, whether
Yeah.
it is this or that way, but in an asymmetric game there always is one. Of course, with personal preferences, and maybe some people just have the right mindset to play with a current mage, or just like to play something better, or whatever.
Yeah.
But it will always be asymmetric, whether in general or for each and every player, that you will perform better with Mage A than B. So yeah,
Yeah.
I like it too.
All right.
Because having it too static for a long time, although now 7 years after I started playing the game, I'm still doing things that I never did before. Still exploring new cards, still playing new cards, still having success with new cards, still having fun with new cards that I've never played before. So
And
the
that's
possibilities are endless, but oftentimes you always play versus the same cards. So yeah,
the beauty of Mage Wars
shake
right
up
here.
is good.
Yeah. So we have a few fun questions. If you wanna, I don't know. Can we see anything more about Mage Wars 2.0? I think I've said everything that I've had on my heart at this point.
Me too.
All right. Do you want to do some fun questions just for the heck of it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So, I mean, we've been in that ballpark a little bit already, but here we go. So, one of them. What do you think is what do you consider the most fun card? Like in your Mage Wars experience, maybe give it like a top three. Top three funnest cards. You can do one, and then I do one, and then you do one, until we're done three each. I'm sure we can do this. We must be able to think of three. No looking at cards. We have to remember them off the top of our head. Should I start?
I'm like, are we going with powerful, fun?
What makes you? I don't know. There's no criteria for this. Whatever you feel like.
Fun.
You were on the crocodile before. You can use that one if you want.
Yeah, I'm going with the crocodile first.
All right. And
because
then why?
Do we have to give a reasoning too?
Yeah, you don't have to. Don't want. But if you could say why, then just short. I suppose.
Yeah, because
good.
I think it's a pretty good creature. It annoys my opponent, and I like to see them freak out because they don't want to get the bleed token on them, and I just abuse the fact that they want to get out of the croc as soon as possible. Like a panic inducing card.
Yeah,
Me.
so I think that's a really important point. This card is cool and fun because it is complicated and has complicated mechanics attached to it, right? This kind of
Correct.
relates back to what we were talking about before. If you streamline more, you will inevitably destroy some of these fun combinations. So I think that's a very important one to address. I think I would say the fire elemental. I really love the fire elemental, and there's other big creatures like it that I really, really enjoy. But the fire elemental is really fun, and I hate that it's unplayable now. But my elemental lore that I have been playing, and I think I'm a little bit known for at least, it was one of the most fun decks I've played. I love playing with big creatures that when they come on the board, you make the opponent shake in his boots, and you feel like this creature will change the pace of the current game.
Definitely.
Yeah. Even for better or worse. And sometimes the opponent has prepped planned their book with 4 water spells, and then the biggest weakness, because it has such a big weakness, that's kind of what makes it fun. So you have some situations where it just gets washed away, and that's fun too. So yeah. Do you want to try out another card that you think is fun? Use the 2
yeah. I think the second card for me is because Force Master. I like Force Master is Mind Control.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because it opens for a lot of strategy, and you basically can defend yourself by either playing. So it's a super strong card. You can abuse it to be even stronger than it appears at the first glance. And really abuse the card. If played correctly, you have to time it correctly. You have to set it up. You can fake it. So there's a lot of mind games put into the mind card, and your opponent can prepare for it in the sense of playing Mage exclusive creatures that cannot be controlled, in the sense of playing immune creatures, and in the sense of sniping it with a Seeking or whatever. So it is super strong when played, can be worked around, it can be even baited and actively played against. So there's one card that causes a lot of friction with a huge payoff and some potential for a downside. And it's also very interesting because it's cheap. I've played it a lot, and also against myself kind of. And it's very interesting because versus different mages, it's important to mind control a rather bigger or a smaller creature, but I won't tell my results here. So it's very flexible in use. You don't always go for the same creature. And yeah, it's just a great card. And it's also a cool way of pricing a card in the sense that the cost can be very low. Like you could control a level 1 pet where you pay 4 mana and 1 upkeep each turn, but it's still a level 6 spell. So it's creating a powerful tool by punishing you with spellbook points, which I thought is in general a very interesting idea. Goes also in the route of Magen and Aaron, like good creatures, low cost, but with a downside. And in general, I really enjoy this theme. So it's pretty much everything that I like about this card. Short explanation in long.
I think this is a very good example of an excellent card design where they sort of hit the nail on that one, right? It's expensive, but it's worth it when it really works. And it's
and
deceptively
it allows for counterplay and everything just fits.
And there's so many, no pun intended, but there's a lot of mind games in that for sure.
Yeah, you can even fake one.
And you can fake it, you can just put a decoy on an opponent's creature, and if you're playing the Force Master, they have to at least consider the option that it could be a mind control and what that implies. There's also the beauty of enchantments in general in Mage Wars is the mind games. So that's where, especially in enchantments, is often where the real mind games take place.
I've not gone too much into the details on how much you can shake up turns, but it is definitely a card that has way more depth to it than it might seem at the first glance.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I'm done
Okay.
praising mind
So
control.
I came up with my next one. That's gonna be Tsunami. I really
Yeah, I
love
was thinking about
Tsunami.
that one too, but
Okay,
I
yeah.
was weighing fun versus luck.
Yeah, okay. It is definitely based on luck a lot of the time, but you can do, the Siren has her ring where it's almost guaranteed
Yeah,
that you get what you
it's
want, so you have.
it,
Yeah.
your reasoning first, please.
Oh, no. I mean, it's just that it's another one of those cards when it's a really expensive one, but when you play it, you feel like the whole pace of the game is about to change, right? You have a board state, and then you reveal Tsunami, and everyone goes, whoa, and oh, nice, and then lots of dice rolling, and oh, and everyone's like bent over the table
Yeah,
looking
what
at the
is going
dice.
on?
What's going to happen here? Because so many things can come out of this one card being played to the board. It's
Yeah.
amazing every time,
I said
and
it
it's
previously, but
always fun.
I had the setup for one Tsunami to deal 36 dice versus the same opponent in one turn.
Nice. Yeah.
Which it didn't, but it had the potential to just straight out
Okay.
kill the opponent from 0 to death with one action only.
Yeah.
Which is,
I've had some really good ones, and also sometimes it just completely whiffs, and you wasted 14 mana, but the potential is always there for a perfect Tsunami. Yeah. That's a good card.
So last card of top 3 is...
Let's do a third one, yeah.
Is... what do I choose? Oh, the last card. But we are not in most like cards, we're in most fun cards, right?
You use your own value, whatever you want to, any card you want to talk about that makes Mage Wars special for you.
That makes Mage Wars special for me is...
Or whatever descriptor you need to put in front. I can go if you want.
Yeah, please go first.
Okay, I was thinking about trying to not use creatures and attack spells again, so here we go with, I think, the, what's it called? Seedling Pod tree. Is silly and stupid, but it's so thematic and fun to play with, even when it doesn't work. It's a card that changes the game completely. Now you're building a forest, and as a druid, there's so many things you can do with a seedling tree. It just gives us. And I gotta try it again. I was thinking about it recently because with the 10 channeling rule, the seedling pod tree now has one more channeling advantage over the. No, because it was removed from the tree bond. So maybe I'm wrong about that. It didn't get boosted. No, I think there was something about the vine tree specifically in the community rebalance with the 10 channeling. I think the channeling got taken off of wine tree instead of, and then the druid does get her boosts, which means that when you
of the tree bond, you mean?
No, I think it's from the wine tree specifically. They've taken the mana away, the channeling, so that the wine tree as a base does not have channeling +1, but the seedling pod tree still does that. I think maybe I'm misremembering that wrong. And if that's the case, if that's the case, then the seedling pod tree playstyle has basically been boosted.
Correct.
And I think I want to try that again with that rule. If I'm right about that, I might be wrong. But anyway, I think the seedling pod tree is just a very thematic. I was almost going to say the wine tree because it makes me feel the same way, but the seedling pod tree is sort of the extra step down the druid theme where everything becomes a forest that grows over time. Yeah, I just really like it. And I love doing economy plays, so that's probably part of the reason why I'm going with that one. All right. This is a good discussion. It makes me feel all giddy for these cards. I can't help it.
So now my third card is probably Force Armor.
Force Armor. Okay.
4 mana card, 1 armor, and enemy attack gain piercing -2. So I just like it in the sense of going back to the rock, paper, scissors, and A beats B and B beats C, or other way around. Force Armor can be 4 mana for 1 armor, like a bad leather or expensive leather. When your opponent does not have piercing, if your opponent has piercing 1, it's basically a 2 armor piece for 4 mana, which is solid. And if your opponent has piercing 2 or 3 or just more than 2, 2 or more is the mathematically correct term. It's basically 3 armor for 4 mana, which is very strong. So depending on the situation and the builds that your opponents run, this card goes from being meh to being good to being awesome. And this, in a card that is at its core so simple, is just a concept that I really like. Done.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really good card design as well. I think instead of just giving another armor that gives like +2 armor or +1 armor, and then this one is
good
actually
in every case.
Also that, yes.
Like Harsh Forge Blade. It's good, but it's pretty much good always. It's always good.
I've been more and more using spiked armor in some cases. I like having one of both because in some cases the spiked armor will be superior.
In some cases, yes.
Yes. I think in enough cases to make the card really good, the spiked armor.
Yeah, probably. But of course, spiked armor does a little bit of damage. And sometimes bleeds and a little bit of more damage. But if you would play yourself, you would play a lot versus Dorsius, and all of your bleeds and little bit of damage versus something would be healed off anyways.
That's true.
So
it doesn't kill any.
The Harsh Forge Blade has the opportunity to destroy a turn if your opponent plans to 0 mana, and he loses an action because he has mana problems, which is also a big plus of Fizzle, by the way, which can cause extra mana cost during the turn for your opponent, and has the ability to disrupt turns, as does Jinx, which are cards that are also very healthy for the game, but maybe not too good if abused. But I also think they're pretty good in card design and allow for some interesting turns, which could already go into the direction of fun cards. But maybe that's just me again.
No, I agree.
So it kind of benefits knowing your opponent and whether or not he might plan down to 0, which is in most cases a good thing. At least I feel like it is a good thing because it makes you feel like you use it to your full potential. And of course, a level 4 creature is better than a level 3 or level 2 creature because of how snowbally this game can be. Like, you're playing Yoghtari and you say you're good at fighting creatures, and basically you will try to kill creatures until you can kill each and every creature the turn it comes out, so it never reacts. So you have complete board control, which is basically the snowball system. And in that sense, it usually is good to use up all your mana. And in that sense, it's good that there are cards which are benefiting of your opponent playing to his full potential, so he maybe does not, and all the mind games involved.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, one of my mentalities in Mage Wars is often to you can win the game not by killing the enemy mage, but taking away your opponent's ability to win the game. And I know that's not every some people really hate playing against that kind of playstyle, but it's a viable playstyle, and it often is pretty effective. So
Yeah,
I like
very
it.
true. Like I had a build that did that for a long, long time and had 80 or 85% of its games being finished due to the opponent conceding because they thought they were never able to kill me,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I
And a lot of the conceding
at
in
some
tournaments
point
is usually
I neglected this style of play because I didn't want to play 3 or 4 hour games with my opponent conceding and me basically dealing 5 or 7 damage over the whole course of the game to the mage.
yeah, and you do
But yeah,
kind of
it's
feel
viable.
it. The problem is that sometimes people react really poorly to these kinds of plays, and I have also attempted to move myself away from that kind of play in a big way because I don't want to give people that bad feeling that you're basically destroying in the content of the game. You are destroying their ability to play the game, which is perhaps
Yeah,
problematic.
also the game is meant to with the goal to kill the opponent's mage, and you're basically not
Yeah,
really playing the game if you only defend and
yeah,
not
but
try to
at some
kill the opponent.
point, when the opponent has nothing left, then the game will boil down to you, if nothing else, just melee attacking the opponent to death while he can't counter because you heal too fast or whatever, or have too much armor. And so you will kill him. That's always the goal, but it's just more about yeah. We've been over this now, and I've
Yeah.
good and bad. It's definitely in tournaments. I have no scruples about doing it, and that's why we sometimes get those long games. But
Yeah.
it's interesting
I
when people
remember
can combat it and push
I
back. Then you
remember
get the
even
okay, come.
I remember the game between the two of us in German Nationals,
I
not
don't.
last year, but 2 years ago, with my Necro versus your Druid,
Right.
where
Yes, I
you
remember.
charged into the Brute because you thought you had to kill it instantly,
Yeah.
and you had me at 29 damage. Do you remember? And I had you
Yes.
somewhere close to 20, and because of the tiebreaker, you tangle wiped me and ran away. Then you healed for 3 turns to kill me afterwards, and actually I would have gotten into the finals if I would have suicided right there and killed myself to get more points via the tiebreaker,
right.
which I realized only after the game. So yeah, sometimes it makes sense to heal yourself and
Yeah.
actually do not let your opponent deal a lot of damage to you.
That's in the
That's also
context of
okay.
that specific rule set, but I get what you were saying here. Yeah, it's yeah.
Which was really smart from your side, but actually I realized it only afterwards that I would have gotten into the finals by suiciding earlier, which is
Right.
crazy.
I remember that game that
But
I had many regrets about that game. I think there was a point where I moved away or something, and I realized later that I could have just. I think I did something. I attacked your deathlock, something like that, where I could have attacked your mage, and that would have made so much more sense. But whatever.
yeah, whatever. Do we have more
Uh,
questions, by the way?
there's a lot of talk about balance in the the chat here, and it's I don't. It's not that I don't want to address your guys' thoughts and concerns here, but it doesn't really have anything to do with Mageboards 2.0. And if we get into balance discussions, we are not gonna end today. And I don't really know if there's anything here that we can address directly. We've basically already touched upon this, which is what I said earlier, that I hope, and I consider Arcane Duels an authority on this, but I mean, they're just people and players like us, so they're very cautious about using the power that we bestow upon them, and props to them for being cautious, but they could, in my opinion, be a little bit more aggressive in how they
How often?
How often and what kind of changes they make. Push the bar a little bit more. I would prefer that. And if you talk to them, please let them know that Keegan told them to be more bold. They have my full support in every way. So, I mean, I know there's always going to be pushback, but like I said, if they do it for just for one tournament, like they did with the 10 channeling, they said for one tournament we're going to try this out, and everyone seems to have reacted positively. So why not say, let's for next tournament we will. I'm just gonna put it out there, ban the pillar just for one tournament. Let's see if people have more fun with that, and then we can always go back on that change in the next tournament and have a new stick for that tournament. Every tournament would be really nice. They did it with a lot of the tournament rules, like the one where I really like the tournament where we didn't know what mage we were up against, or how was it? There was a specific rule.
Expect exactly who you were playing against. You were allowed to tech build against who you were playing.
Exactly, because you know precisely what opponent you were up against, and also what mage they were playing. You could now build your book instead of being an all-rounder and a Swiss knife of a book, which is the standard build. You could suddenly build focus books with a specific thing to counter a specific mage. And that was a freaking fun tournament because everyone was playing something that was never seen before in Mage Wars. It was amazing. So
I remember
I hope
a Force Master with 4 bridge trolls.
Yes, that one came to mind, where you then subvert the expectations because people go up against a Force Master and think, okay, then I'm bringing all the anti-mind stuff. And then he did something completely different. It was amazing. So that makes it really fun and fresh. I know there was a lot of counter arguments, but they just did it for one tournament. So it's not like it sticks around and now everyone has to do that every tournament. It's a lot of work, and I don't know if I would want to do it every tournament, but trying out new things in every tournament, and then maybe having a standard tournament mixed in here and here where we just play the normal game, I think that would be the best for the community. And
it keeps things fresh, which is quite nice.
And so what else so let's brainstorm on that. Now we are talking. If you are okay with, you can say whenever you want to stop with this conversation. I'm okay with going on if you are.
Yeah, sure. Can go.
All right. So let's try to hit some stuff here. What, like, if we go into that mentality of every tournament could have a stick, what kind of special rule would you like to see in a tournament? And people in the chat can jump in here and suggest. It has to be like to keep it simple, not a whole paragraph. Let's keep it in 1 or 2 sentences. What would you do to make a fun and unique tournament? I'll start because I have one that I've been hoping for a long time, and it's probably never. I should never say never, but what if we had a tournament where everyone only played Siren or just one mage, something like that? Everyone plays the same mage, only one mage. And I'm picking Siren because people say it's the worst mage, so whatever. Then we get to see some Siren time, see what people do with Sirens against each other, or something like that. I think that would be like, of course, it's gonna be silly and stupid. It's not gonna be representative of Mage Wars, but it would be interesting and fun. People who don't like to play that kind of playstyle can always say, I don't want to participate in this tournament. So I don't see any downsides to doing it. Carl Webb says tribal decks. Carl Webb, you need to explain what that means, unless Julie knows what you mean, because I don't know what tribal decks mean.
Triple decks?
No, tribal, as in a tribe of people, I think. Tribal. Yeah, I don't know.
Decks.
Tribal with a B in the middle, like a Brian.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Maybe like soldiers.
Can you explain? Can you explain what you mean, Carl Webb? I mean, well, if you have anything, Julie, you can go.
Hmm.
Romeo Zero says, Pillars Busted has been forever. How are you doing, Keys? Long time no see. I saw you play earlier, Romeo, so welcome back. If you've been on a hiatus, I mean, that's always fine. We take breaks from Mage Wars. I hope we will see you around a little bit more in the coming months, years, days, minutes, whatever.
I was thinking about maybe a 0 spawn point or 1 spawn point max tournament.
I like it. I think that, so I would say 0 spawn points, and yeah, well, you can make whatever modifiers to that, but then also 0 familiars should probably be added. Well, familiars are different, I guess.
Anything that generates extra actions.
Yeah, okay, that's a really good approach. Nice. But that would be fun.
Maybe that would be too good for ballista users. I don't know. But if there is no spawn points, there is not really anything good to ballista down, I guess.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would be a problem because, I mean, everyone will know what they're going into. If you like legit think that ballista is going to be the biggest problem in the tournament, then you add in defenses or blur or
ready. Yeah.
What? Probably. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, so that's what I'm talking about. If you do a specific rule for a tournament, then everyone has. I mean, you're not supposed to say do it with like, "Hey, we're playing a tournament tomorrow. It has this special." But I guess you could, because then everyone would still be on equal footing. But when people have time to prepare for it, it will work out because people just adjust their books to it.
How about another tournament rule, like Rajan's Fury? So it's probably a bad name, but basically every creature loses slow. No more slow creatures.
Okay, you're talking about global changes like that. That's kind of interesting. I like what you're going with
because
it. Like,
we don't really see any slow creatures being played, so we just ignore that they are slow. Every slow creature is now a normal creature.
Okay. Yeah. I like it. I mean, yeah, as again, there's no reason why it wouldn't work, because again, everyone comes into the tournament knowing that this is the rule, everyone has a chance to adjust their decks, and no one has tried this before, so everyone is on equal footing. Then some people, like me, will start playing games with that rule before the tournament, and I always think that practice should be rewarded, so that's not really an issue, in my opinion. And I know maybe not everyone has time and energy to practice as much as me, but those that do, I think, should be rewarded. And that's always the case with Mage Wars. The more you play, the better you are at it. So I think I like that. Can we come up with other global rules like that? Now we're talking. Imagine a fast timer, says Romeo Zero. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it still has a full round attack that it can't use if it's double moving or even moving. So a lot of the slow creatures have slow attacks already. I don't know if you consider that part, Julie, but maybe you want to give them quick attacks too. That maybe be...
No, I don't want to give them quick attacks, but I want them to be able to chase people.
Yeah, okay.
And maybe them see more play. I don't know.
I get it. I'm in agreement with you. This sounds freaking cool, honestly. Knobmaster says... Welcome to the stream, Knobmaster. He says, same as ADL, Arcane Duels League, but each player gets to ban 3 non-core set cards to be played against them before the tournament. Okay, so you're talking about like an individual ban list that every player is... So if I'm reading this correctly, I'm just going to spell it out. So when I sign up for the tournament, I write a list of, let's say, 3 cards. It doesn't have to be 3, any number. That I say my opponents are not allowed to use this list of cards throughout the entire tournament. Or you could... Here's another idea. Every player secretly bans a card before the tournament starts. That is for the entire tournament. Every participant in the tournament could get to ban 1 card that in this tournament, this card cannot be played at all by anyone.
by anyone.
I
This
mean,
would
why
be
not?
pretty cool.
I some people might guess what I'd be banning, and we might have some overlaps. But then you could choose to accept that, or you could say if someone's maybe you could do it in turn order. So by random selection, one would start. He bans a card. It's public. Then the next guy in the line, whoever rolled the next number, gets to, now knowing what card has already been banned, ban the next card, and so on and so forth. So you get like make sure it's different, because I could imagine that like out of 10 people, 3 or 4 might ban Pillar, while some might hope that someone's already banning Pillar, then ban something different. That could also be a kind of fun system. But I kind of like at least the idea and the approach.
Yeah, I think I like it too. Like everyone bans a card. Should be nice.
The Manly one says, that sounds really complicated, but I don't know how big these tournaments are. So just for reference, I think the biggest tournament we've ever had was, did we have one with 32 players at some point, or am I imagining?
Had 32 somewhere.
Yeah, that was a one-time thing. Then we've had a lot of 16s and a few 8s. Like it's usually in that increment of 8,
we also
16,
had
20, 32. 20,
24.
24, okay, yeah.
We have like group stage and groups of 5.
So let's say on average like 20 players.
Yeah, 20-ish people.
Yeah, okay, so Romeo Zero says, imagine a Malakota that never goes away. You just can't shake him. Malakota would be, of course, very playable
also
suddenly.
The Magma Golem also gets really
Magma Golem, oh Jesus.
Get really, really ugly to deal with.
Oh boy, Iron Golem. The first thing that came to my mind was the Leviathan, which, I mean, people
Leviathan
already...
is also really good.
I always put fast on my Leviathan anyway, but imagine...
Titanodon gets really awesome.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wow.
Big elephant.
Yeah.
You can even get him fast now to double trample. Is this illegal?
Fast and elusive. So now you have this elephant just running amok. I mean, and doesn't it sound fun? So I hope some people are listening to this and are taking away the idea and a little bit more of an open mind. I think generally what's holding our community back, if I can say anything, would be the closed mindset where we don't want to have changes because this and that. I think the open mind and approach to these kinds of silly rules that are temporary, but to try them out would bring freshness to the game.
Like in the same way of no slow, which only favors one type of creature. You could also go the way of every creature on melee or range attacks, no spells, gets to reroll like a built-in Akuro's favor for effect rolls. Bit more complicated, but it focuses on damages or attacks with an effect die roll. Like broads and bleeds, you can have like the condition tournament, but only for creatures, not for mages, not for spells, only for creatures. Like favoring one type of niche creatures. This is the route that I'm going right now.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. I mean, my mind is immediately racing with what could I then play to abuse this, and that's of course the fun part, is to explore the game from new angles with a new, fresh set of eyes. The Manly one asks, is Arcane Wonders still supporting Mage Wars? And I think I will dare to wager that yes, they are still supporting Mage Wars in the general sense. I don't know what specifically you mean, the Manly one, but they are definitely. If you don't know, we are talking about the announcement of Mage Wars 2.0, which was announced like a month ago-ish. Maybe I'll post the link again. It's been a while.
And Mage Wars 2.0 is still a type of Mage Wars, I think. So we can pretty much answer this question with yes.
Yeah, it's a yes to that question in a general sense. Whether they support the old Mage Wars arena and will make further content for that we cannot guess at. We can guess at it, but it would be purely guesswork.
We have an interesting proposal from Knapmaster here. Removing the first or last quickest phase after 8 rounds.
Yeah, okay. I don't see why not.
That would make for very quick rounds because the one with initiative gets to double act before the other one. You basically allow for chaining 3 actions because you can, if you have more creatures, you can choose to. No, you basically allow for chaining 4 actions in a row.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you could.
Because if you have more creatures, you can move last, and your opponent can't quickest after you, so he has to move before you, and then you go Mage quickcast and quickcast Mage again. Or quickcast biggest creature, which is 4 chain actions in a row, which is a lot of damage.
I mean, like, you're onto something,
bear,
Knapmaster, for sure.
Bear.
I think there's something here. And I would be in favor of generally what am I trying to get at? If we are doing tournament rules like this, they should always be geared towards making the game faster, if anything, not making the game longer, because I think that would be the wrong step to take. Mage Wars, I like long games, but it's long enough. It doesn't have to get longer. So if we make these kind of special rules, like the 10 channeling thing is also benefiting making shorter games, right? So anything that pushes it in that direction is the direction we want to go, I think. And yeah, maybe Mage Wars 2.0 is the reason why we are having this discussion here, because it's, I mean, everyone I think is excited and got excited because of that, and we haven't had anyone writing Mage Wars is dead in the Discord for a few months, which is really nice.
Because it clearly is not.
Yeah.
Like we're really getting a Corona revival here. You know, we're seeing a lot of games and super many people online on Octagon and Discord in general. And also the game is as much fun as it ever was, at least for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I don't know, but we as a community can also actively change it. Maybe it's only me that does it that way, but I pretty much always try to ask my opponent before the game if there is anything that he wants or to play against or wants to not play against. And I will try to follow that as often as I can.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to test versus a wizard, just has to tell me and I'm gonna play a wizard. If he just wants to not play something, I won't do it. Like, it's for the fun after all. And if you don't want to play because your opponent is abusing pillar, you can just ask, hey, I want to test something. Do you mind playing without pillar this game? And chances are, because we are the community that we are, 90% of the time your opponent will say yes. So you will be able to test whatever you will be able to test. At least I would gladly accept a game without pillar, because why not? Maybe you have to dig a few minutes for a book, but I will gladly do so. And if someone does not want to play Wall of Thorns or 10 channel rule, chances are, if I don't want to have like special day and I want to test deck XYZ, I will just say yes. Yeah. I think a lot of people will agree on that. So yeah. I don't have any problem with playing 11 channel. I would probably guess why someone would do that, but like, you never know until you try.
Yeah, that's really what I think is the best thing about our community is the players that have that mindset, which I know you are definitely one of them, and props to you for that. So I can only hope that more people open their mind a little bit. Romeo Zero here writes that you don't like the 10-channel change. So, like Julie says, don't knock it until you try it. At least give it a shot. And if you don't like it, you can post your concerns in the chat and after tournament reports and stuff. And with all these things we're suggesting here, it's definitely gonna be most of the rules that we're talking about would be like one-time things. Doubt that everyone would play with slow removed for every tournament, but just for one time trying out new things, keeping Mage Wars fresh. I think it's worth keeping that open mindset and having that approach to the game.
Yeah, and then we have a comment from the Manly one again. Mm-hmm. Biggest issue I've seen with Mage Wars is people wanting to play is the time it takes to set up and to play. Extensive rulebook is also very intimidating for new players. It's basically all that we covered when we were talking about potential 2.0.
Yeah, we've been over this basically.
More or less address this point mainly or with high focus, I think.
Yeah. So we are. I'm at least split by two worlds in that I want Mage Wars to be for me in one end of the spectrum. I want Mage Wars to be for me, and my perfect Mage Wars is for a very, very small player base, I think. So
yeah, same for me.
That's a problem. The other end of the spectrum is I want the player base to be as big as possible and for as many people to have easy access to. And I generally just want people to experience what I experience in Mage Wars as much as possible. So I really want it to be as streamlined as possible and as approachable as possible. But those two things will always conflict with each other. And it's not up for us to decide. I know I'm pushing responsibility away from me every time I go. I'm just gonna, and I learned a long time ago from mostly from computer games to not have expectations for future games. I don't expect anything from Mage Wars 2.0, and if it sucks, I just keep playing the old game, and it doesn't. I won't be bothered by it
because I have an opponent here.
Yeah, and I literally have no expectations for Mage Wars 2.0, except of course, I have hopes. Like, I hope it's a good game and that I will want to play it, but I don't expect that necessarily to be the case. It might not be made for me. I will probably play it anyway, because who am I kidding? But, yeah. You can never satisfy everyone, is my point.
Keichin.
Come on.
Do you think there should be more multi-action cards, or at least cards that compensate for having fewer actions? Something that lets aggressive players be more efficient.
Like an example would be, I'm assuming you talk about, like, I'm thinking about that new equipment removal card that takes 2 equipment for a set price. And if you're asking if there should be more multi-action cards like that, my answer will be that I think there should be more cards in Mage Wars in general, which I think is a generalist statement, because I like the complicated game. So if we're back to the same spectrum of high complexity versus streamlined and approachable, what I want... it hardly matters is gonna be my answer, but I think there should be more like that. Yes, and as long as they are well thought out, which I think, for example, that new equipment removal is. The other cards that look like it would be like, what's it called? The one that removes all enchantments. Purge magic, and we have destroy magic. I love that these cards are in the game because you have disperse, dispel, Purge magic, destroy magic, you have fizzle, you have nullify, you have so many ways to approach whatever goal is in your mind that you want to see realized in Mage Wars. You can do the more cards there are, the more player freedom. I don't think, as long as they are balanced, like with the mana cost and the action cost and the targeting cost and the schools and the level, all of these things have to be taken into account. As long as all of those things are in order, then I don't think there is a limit to how many cards I would want in Mage Wars. What do you think, Yuli?
I think so. I maybe have to talk a little bit more about this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, the best case scenario for Rapid Dismantle, which is a level 2 water spell, which costs 8 mana, would be 2 level 1 equipments with a higher cost, like Cloak of Shadows. No, this is level 2. Like a chest piece for 6 mana and a regrowth belt for 6 mana. So you're gaining 1 action and 4 mana, which is cool. But also, it encourages your opponent to not play too high mana cost level 1 spells. I think card designs like that in general are very healthy for the game. Like, just because they exist, they force a mindful
your
defensive player
opponent.
or opponent to choose accordingly. So there could be something like 7 mana, destroy 3 enchantments on the same target, take 4 damage. Something.
Yeah.
So you really want to avoid having 3 enchantments on something, because then your opponent can easily remove it, but it takes damage. So you have an upside, you have a condition, and you have a downside. Like, those are complicated cards, but they force a mindful opponent to play around it just because the card exists. And even then, you would have to have it in your deck. And maybe you make it even a full cast or a 0/0 range, or you can add a lot of restrictions in Mage Wars, but you can make it hard to realize, but a huge payoff. And in general, cards like these two exist, which are hard to pull off, but with a high reward. I like the idea because
I think I have a good support for your argument.
And it creates counterplay. Like, you can make yourself look like a good target for the spell, but then you deny the 0/0 range because you teleport your opponent away, and it allows for mind games and counterplay, which I think would be awesome for the game.
Yeah.
And but it needs to be properly, and I always feel it should be connected to a downside, and it should not be always good. It should not be a 0/3 range spell costing 2, destroy 3 enchantments in the arena. Like, those would be good for aggressive players, but also for defensive players. But it's not like that. It should not be useful. It should not always be useful, but useful in fringe cases, and
situationally,
it should be a threat just because the card exists, and not you would not need to include it in your deck. It just needs to exist.
So the counter, what was I thinking? If you imagined, try to imagine Mage Wars if Purge Magic and Destroy Magic didn't exist. Just remove those 2 cards. What would happen? The game would change. If took
Purge
out
didn't exist.
Purge Magic and Destroy Magic, because they're the same. If they were not in Mage Wars,
see super enchanted defensive builds.
And you still do, but it would dominate Mage Wars more so, right?
Probably.
Yeah. And the fact that those 2 cards are in the game makes, I would argue, just makes Mage Wars a better game, because you could, maybe it's like 1 out of 10 books that carry a Purge, but you have to take it into account. It's basically what you're saying, but it's just a thought experiment.
True. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm getting at. So, yeah. It should be like, you should be able to use cards because they exist. You don't even have to have them in the book, but you know them and you need your opponent to know them, which I think is cool. And I do like everything that involves mind games and possible counterplay and baiting your opponent into doing something, like poking them with a stick and say, do this so that I can counter you. And I think this is a beautiful approach to the game. At least this is the game that I would enjoy more.
Yeah. I would not enjoy it if Purge Magic and Destroy Magic were removed from the game. Like we were talking about maybe banning cards for a certain tournament. I wouldn't mind banning those 2 cards for a tournament just to see what would happen. But I think Mage Wars would suffer in the general if those 2 cards didn't exist. So, yeah. Because, we've been over that. There's some good questions here, so I want to dig into some of that. Well, first of all, thank you guys for joining the stream and writing all these awesome questions. I'm sorry if we're skipping over some of it.
We have a discussion here.
Yeah. So here's a good one. I don't know if I'm late. This is Ted Blake. But what would you consider being core to the Mage Wars experience, and what do you think could be streamlined/improved in regards to Mage Wars 2.0? We probably touched this a little bit, I think, though that's very important to think about. And again, the chat is very welcome to... I don't know how I would start. Core to the Mage Wars experience. Okay, I have one at least that I think is essential. That is, we talked about this earlier, but enchantments. The fact that you have hidden cards that you play to the board, and then I know in the survey they specifically asked us whether you think enchantments should be revealed. There was a lot of different options, but like how much they should streamline enchantments for giving them specific reveal conditions and so on and so forth. I think the way Mage Wars is now is very much nested in the way enchantments work. I'm not saying it can't be improved upon, but the feeling and the experience that you get from the mind games in enchantments and the fact that they can be revealed at any point, almost any point in the game, that creates the extra layers of mind games. If you had no secret enchantments on the board, then you still have the book, which is secret. And that's another, the way the book building works. If they take away my book building, it would not be Mage Wars anymore. So please don't do that.
I second both of what you said. Enchantments are crucial to the game. Enchantments are what makes the game way more fun than any other game. The book building part and the way that you can access every card. And probably also the 6 types of spells, I think is pretty crucial. I would not really like if they stripped one
please don't
off.
Yeah, don't take them away.
You take away attack spells, conjuration. Like any one of the 6 that we have, I think is very crucial to what the game is right now.
Yeah.
And other than that, I think familiars are not too special. Spawn points are also creature spawn points are very core, I think.
What you're getting is a card that generate more actions kind of made Mage Wars really special, right?
Yeah.
And then I think that can be coupled on to my next point, which is the spatial, the 3-dimensional aspect of it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be the same shape. I don't care. It can be like 20 tiles or maybe fewer zones, as long as they keep the same feeling in the arena.
Positioning and walls.
Positioning. You can run away. You can wall yourself off of a part of an arena. It's just so freaking good.
Very deep, connected to every card.
And then the reason why I got into that is because when you then have spawn points and familiars, they get put into the arena, but you position them, and familiars can move around and try to run away, and conjurations pull you to... They sort of, when you put down a conjuration, like a lair, then you're saying, well, I'm changing the way the arena looks. Now we have a part of the arena here that suddenly means something to both you and me. For me, it means a defensive position that I need to protect. I need to keep my conjuration alive to benefit off of the 14 mana that I just spent. For the opponent, it means a tactical option of either focusing that, or now it's even more important that he does, like, it creates objectives within the game. Comes in with one objective: kill the enemy mage, but you put stuff onto the board that creates new objectives. And I think Mage Wars, this happens in a lot of CGGs, but no one does it like Mage Wars does.
Yeah, very well said. Also, the terrain, which was recently added, is like a lot. This, like, making zones special, making movement and positioning special, which is very good for the game. I think complicated, but I think it's very
complicated,
good.
But good complicated.
Yeah. Conquer the hill and benefit out of positioning even better than before. And while all this positioning and staying in your zone or staying in the wrong zone gets worse, while staying in your zone gets better, it didn't lead to more teleport wars, because the game in general got quicker. And this is also a very important aspect for me, I think, because these stay back and teleport wars, what it used to be, these times are gone now.
Yeah.
This is something
Thank
that
God.
I like, which takes a lot of this tactical maneuvering around the board away, because it's just stay back, go forward, and teleport. And I think if you keep the arena, or this space maneuvering, the tactical movement, you have to really ensure that you also support this type of play, and you support movement, and you support tactics, and you do not support teleport wars too much.
Yeah.
Personal opinion yet again.
No, I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. This is a great discussion. I just want to put that in here. I'm loving
Other
this.
than that, I also think that the mage-specific cards and equipments are pretty crucial. I would not like it if it was too sandboxy and basically everyone could play anything. Because I also like how asymmetric the game is. It's also something we oftentimes just assume when we're talking about Mage Wars, but it is an asymmetric game, and is strongly built into every decision you make.
Yeah. Then did we touch upon everything that makes Mage Wars special then? I think that was a good list. I don't know if we can name anything else that makes enchantments, and then the board, and this card, the action creation card, are really important, and conjurations in general to shape the arena.
Book building. Yeah, I think we touched pretty much.
The fact that you have every access to every card in your deck at all points, they cannot change this aspect of the game. Please don't.
Yes.
That's just my opinion. Yeah. So that sort of sums up the major, and the fact that creatures can move on their own, because that's not a thing, but that's tied to the spatial element. But giving that card, because CGGs where you can just point at Academy, you stand across from one another and just hit each other. It can be fun, don't get me wrong, but it's not Mage Wars if it's not
the game I want to play. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. I was just struck by a thought, which I have thought about before, but think about Arena, and we attribute so much to the arena and the spatial element, but it's only 12 zones. It's only 12. Like, as far as 4X games go, it's a pretty small board. Like, it's just 12, 3 times 4. And it's just that small space gives so many options.
Yeah, imagine a lot of tactics.
Imagine if the board was bigger. And we've done that on dominations and stuff like that, and it's always fun. But it's actually with more than 12 zones, it almost becomes too much. You gotta enjoy the really long games at that point. Could it be smaller? Could it be smaller than 12 zones? Do you think? What do you think?
I think the 12 zones in itself is very good one. I also think that you need to keep it not quadratic. So 3x3 would be not optimal, I think. But
Yes,
it's
I
just
agree.
personal opinion because I like the decisions. We also talked about this in the game, like the offensive position and the defensive position, because one is easier to defend than the other. So for me, it's pretty much either 2x3, 3x4, or 4x5. And I think 2x3 is too small and 4x5 is too big, at least with the range system that we currently have. So I think that 3x4 is the way to go. But well, it is one opinion.
So let's just quickly, because I want to touch this one really quickly. What do you think about the homemade projects? I don't know if you've seen them on the forum where people make, instead of you having zones, they make like a hexagonal arena with however large it now is, but every creature takes up one space and moves between these spaces and get movement speed. This makes it more like a miniature game. What would you? I don't think this is realistic, but do you think Mage Wars could work like that? Would it be better?
I haven't put too much thought into it, but I like the current system with the infinitely big zones too much that I want to go away from it. Is this a valid answer?
I think it's very dangerous territory for sure, and the current system is so well thought out.
Yeah, I think pretty much every card with the target lines and whatever is connected to how the arena is shaped right now.
Yeah, for sure.
If you really want to have hexagonal movement and positioning with every creature taking up one spot, then you should probably play a game that does that and has this built into the roots of whatever other mechanics interact with it.
Yeah.
I think revamping Mage Wars from what it is to just have this, because why not, is taking too much focus and energy from other points that should be worked on, rather than changing something to what most people would agree on is
I agree.
Very good part about Mage.
It's just a wet dream of mine, because like I said, I like the far out complicated aspect, and I do play a lot of 4X games on Steam, for example. That scratches that itch, so we don't have to have it in Mage Wars. It's fine, and Mage Wars is really, really good as it is. Let's quickly rehash the point and the argument that we may both agree is very important, that no matter what happens in Mage Wars 2.0, they can never destroy the game that already exists. And if Mage Wars 2.0 is bad, we just don't play it. We will continue to play Mage Wars the Arena as long as we want, which I can't.
Never can stress that point enough.
Yeah, that's.
We will just stay here and play our good old Mage Wars if we don't like what is.
And when no one else wants to play with us, Julie, you and I, we will play Mage Wars till we get old and die of old age.
Producing videos en masse.
Until coronavirus kills us all.
Yeah, till the bitter end.
Yeah. All right. There was another question here that I wanted to touch. Did you guys ever play Battlegrounds Domination? What do you guys think of it? So I don't know. Have you ever played Domination? I don't know if I've ever seen you. Oh no, we have played. We have played a little bit.
I think I have actually never played Domination.
No, that's not true. I know we have played at least one game.
Are you really sure?
Okay, my memory does tend to fail me a lot, so that is entirely possible. I thought I could have sworn that
I might have tried it once, but if I have tried it once, I didn't like it.
Okay, so
because I
talk about
really
that.
think that
Why we disagree here? So that's an interesting point. Why don't you like domination? How can I
I
convince
really
you?
think that killing the opponent mage is the core element of the game,
Okay.
and everything I do is either thinking about not dying or killing the opponent.
Hmm.
So when it is about hitting round spheres or I don't know, tangle vining stupid creatures, this did not really feel right to me and like did not go in line with what I was trying to do all the time. So I had not
Okay.
much incentive to try it out. And this is basically it. I just like the aspect of like two mages battling each other and focusing on killing each other more than like a strategic conquer the
Shooting
hill
your
or
yeah.
control the zone game, because if I would like to play something like that, I would choose another game. But these are not my types of games anyway. But yeah, this is my argument.
So I have a very controversial opinion that no people are not gonna like, but I kind of like domination a little bit more than I like arena, which it's not. I enjoy both at least equally, but I think
You are defending the unpopular opinion here.
I'm defending the, but it's my opinion, and I will stand by it. Domination. I don't know why it gets such a bad rep. I get that it feels different, but it is to me in every way Mage Wars and what Mage Wars embodies. In that you can, I mean, so you know how I've said this a million times. I like the really complicated aspect of and I like this is why I've been proposing that we brainstorm all these crazy rule systems, because I like shaking the rules up and trying something new. I'm also the kind of player that when I play a game on any kind of PC game, I mod it to infinity because I don't want to play with the same game rules twice if I can avoid it. I play a game campaign in a game once, then next time I want to play it with a new set of rules where new things happen. And I kind of like the same. That's why I really enjoy domination, is because it is a fresh way to play the same game that I already enjoy with the overlapping systems. And so, just to go back to arena, the arena in itself has so much flexibility and complexity that it almost does that on its own. But I think domination just expands it even more. And I've had trouble finding players to play domination with, because a lot of people I think are in your grouping, which is fine. I don't mind it, but I wish domination was more popular. I don't want to say that the
Fair wish to have.
domination. Wait, sorry.
It's a fair wish to have.
Yeah, and I will say that the domination mode is, while I like it, it falls short in some areas. Like arena, we can agree that that's really good game design and it works the way it is. I feel like domination is like, it always feels like it's slightly off, like there's something missing, or maybe I don't know. I've never been able to really put my finger on why it doesn't quite get there, but it is a good mode, and I wish it was better. I think there's something about it that really speaks to me. But yeah, I would love to play it more, but it's hard to find players.
So I get a question directed at me
How dare
in
they?
that
This is my
way.
stream.
As someone who
Okay.
enjoys aggressive play, do you think those builds are undervalued and considered less skillful when
Okay.
compared to later game builds? That's what I see, generally speaking. Well, well. So
Okay.
this is interesting. So back to the roots.
You know what? I think
I
I'm gonna hate that. I'm gonna hear this later because I'm gonna be editing this content probably. But I really need to use the bathroom. So you take it away, and I will be right back.
yeah, all right, no problem. Um, so back in the days, I used to play a very defensive book. Was was a Turtle Priestess, and I think I won most of the games because my opponents conceded, which at some point I did not really like to play anymore, and I also did not really have the time to play 3 or 4 hour games online. So I decided to play aggressive, and ever since I pretty much am an aggressive player and either lay down an aggressive spawn point or try to kill the opponent mage in a single digit turn, so before turn 10. And oftentimes I even play without a spawn point and just try to go really, really aggressive. So yes, I do consider myself an aggressive player. One, because of personal liking, so to speak, and two, because of time constraints, and I just don't have the time to play 3 or 4 hour games. And also back in the days, I had a really bad internet connection. If some of you can remember that. So sometimes the internet just broke down and there was no way to continue the game, and we basically lost the game somewhere 2 hours deep into something. So yeah, I basically played aggressive ever since, and I am really defending that aggressive plays are not skillful. I actually think they are way, way harder to play than defensive books. So I guess I'm in your boat then. And aggressive books are really hard to play because most of the time you feel that you're at a disadvantage. You feel that you are on a clock, and basically it is your opponent taking investments and putting down spawn points or whatever, so they most of the time have more actions and more mana or more channel than you every round. And what you often have, you either have an advantage in the damage race because you have already done some damage to them, or B, you have put some early creatures and some early dice on the board, which have to somehow stand up to their investments. So you have decisions to make. You usually have to expect what your opponent is doing before he is actually doing something and prepare for what is not yet there, while the defensive opponent just sees, okay, what threat is, how do I deal with it? Oftentimes I feel the aggressive player needs to expect what is happening this turn better than the defensive player. So yes, I do think that aggressive books are harder to play, at least if they are being played like I tend to play them, because if it's basically running 2 spaces with a Yoctari turn 1 and laying down 2 enchantments and then hurling rocks and boulders and all attack spells that you've got, this is basically a numbers game, and you check whether your opponent is prepared or not. So if you have multiple plans and how to deal with what you see, except of one plan that you try your luck and see if the dice let you win or not, then actually, yes, I would say aggro is more difficult to play than defensive playstyle.
I'm back,
Yes.
and I generally agree.
And
I have a good point here. I don't know if you made it while I was gone, so stop me if I'm repeating what you've already said.
yeah,
But
sure.
what was I getting at? I think the fact that rushes in Mage Wars are viable are very important, and I think it factually it self-enforces itself, because as we've been over, I don't know if we've been over it, but if you have a defensive player who loves to go all the economy can be really strong, and then the more you do it, the stronger you get. So if both players are doing it, then the guy who does it best wins. But then you occasionally get that aggressive book that the extreme economy player who uses his first 3 turns to set up economy, then gets rushed and then killed. So now he has to adjust his book. And then that way the meta fixes itself constantly. Every time someone is checked by an aggro book, they have to reevaluate whether or not their major economy works. So then they shift it back in the other direction to the point where suddenly they are up against an economy player that out economies them. Then they have to consider and push. And every book,
Yeah.
if you play it
Very good
enough,
point.
will shift back and forth, and this creates this sort of living, shifting meta that it's always possible. So there will be, maybe there, like it's very general speaking, but there could be times throughout the community's history where rushes were simply not viable because everyone was, maybe we had a point where everyone was rushed in a while, so everyone starts playing more, prepping for rushes more, and then suddenly rushes are not viable. So then you touched this earlier with something. Now I forget what you had. Yeah, I forgot what your point was then, but it was sort of the same where, because
You
then
mean
some,
with the power balance, with intentionally making one strat better than the other and enhancing counterplay, where
basically
you have
the
a
same point. Yeah,
cycling metagame,
yeah,
shifting
cycling
metagame
metagame
just
shifting.
because
So it
what
balances
cards you
itself.
created. Yeah, this
Rushes
is what you want to have.
Rushes are good, but if the Mage Wars, because of the it's so massive and the card base is so big, there are cards for everything, and there are cards for dealing with rushes very efficiently. So if you experience like a lot, not right now, rushes are popular, then you start playing those cards. People will have to shift their meta, and it fixes itself over time. It constantly changes. Yeah. So that's my point. All right. I hope I didn't break your stream.
So James thinks mid-game timing books seem to have to adapt more and make more decisions. Ritual has upset the balance as of late. I would argue that in this meta, the Necroman just destroys most rushes. He doesn't really have to. Well, so I've tried to state this on in Discord also already. I think this is another meta power discussion yet again. I think Ritual is an interesting card because you exchange an action for a mana, which is, in my opinion, pretty bad against rushes because you basically spend a turn doing nothing or an action doing nothing, at least nothing defensive. And usually, if you're playing aggro, you should be able to take advantage out of that. At least I feel that you are able to. Of course, if you are somehow rushing or not putting down a spawn point and enter the aggression turn 5 or 6, it's probably too late. But if you really get to your opponent early, he can't really afford 2 rituals, or one might be absolutely max. But if you're going aggro and your opponent is playing 2 or 3 rituals and he's still getting away with the win, you probably do not play aggro enough or right. Not too sure, but I think that the game with, or you roll super poorly, because Jason demonstrated that pretty clearly in his gold match in the last tournament. If your opponent plays 2 rituals and you're playing aggressive, he dies. Pretty much. He can be a priestess, he can have a battle forge, he can have Cassiel, but he dies. He dies.
Yeah.
Of course, you can roll very bad. You don't need super high rolls. But in 60, 70, 80, 90% of the times you win, because it's a game where damage is dealt with dice. After all, you cannot win each and every game. It's just not possible. It's variance. And yeah, with Ritual buffs aggro rather than it nerfs it. At least that's my opinion.
I don't agree at all with all the critique that's been directed towards ritual. So my argument would be that there has always been cards that trade mana for actions. How much different is a mana crystal to a ritual? If you give it enough time, the mana crystal is better, right? So you have to capitalize off of the mana that you get from the ritual fast, otherwise you lose out. And
correct. But the point I'm trying to make in this is that it's a snowball game, and the ritual allows you to get a lot of creatures out early, and if you use them correctly, you will be able to overwhelm your opponent. Like, I think, who was it? Was it Jacksmack with the Beastmaster that double moved and put out a lair and basically got out 4 level 4 creatures by turn 5. So like double Grizzly Dorcius and a Wolverine or something by turn 5. And if you have a regular build that gets out an enchant or a spawn point and 2 Timberwolves or 3 Timberwolves until the same turn, you will have a bad time, because these 4 level 4 creatures, these will absolutely murder your level 2 creatures. And you will lose your lair and you won't be able to keep up. So yes, the mana crystal is better in the long run, but it's the mana spike that allows you to snowball ahead of your opponent.
I get what you mean. Okay, yeah. Mana early is better than mana later. I get that point. Yeah.
Correct.
I think, if anything, so then we can say that Ritual has made Mage Wars faster, and I think that's a thing that most people
would agree on that too. Because
cool. That's a good thing.
If your opponent is using Ritual, in my opinion, you have 2 options. Option 1, you rush them, so the actions they've lost with Ritual are painful for them, because you deal damage, you do something to them while they only gain mana. And a level 4 creature only does block 1 attack per round, as would a level 2 or level 1 creature. It's only a guard, you can Tanglevine him, you can teleport him away, whatever. A Dorcius is also only a very expensive regrowth that gets through finite life. But if you only focus on the Mage, a Dorcius is only a regrowth, a very expensive one. And there are ways around it. So either you rush them and make them regret them losing the actions, or option B, you out-ritual them. You even put down more economy than they do. So these are the 2 options for me. Either out-tempo, out-rush, out-damage them, race, or ritual them out of the game.
We have a quick question here that I think is really important, and it comes down to because we're talking about these things with rushes, and I don't know if you use the term aggro, but let's get the terminology down. Do you differentiate between rush and aggro? Because that does make a difference, I suppose. To me, they are not the same thing, but every book is, as a base, has to be aggro at some point to win the game. I mean, the game is not about building base in your corner. If we all agreed to just stand in our corner and build a base, that would be possible within the confines of the rules. Like, there's nothing forcing us to attack each other, but yet that never happens. And so, therefore, I would argue that every book is aggro. Is that fair to say? Or would you consider, how often do we come up against a book? I mean, even with the disciple build where you stand back in your corner and build 6 disciples, that's probably one of the most extreme examples. I still consider this is still aggro, because your intention is to kill your opponent with what you're doing. You're putting actions on the board with the intention of later down the line, these things will combine into a massive offensive.
Like
Right.
the disciple book, I had one that I was playing around. I think it can kill the opponent by turn 8, 7 or 8.
Koshi just joined the stream. Oh, hi, finally.
Oh, hello.
I wanted to
Hello,
ask
hello,
whether
hello.
these shades are approved by Koshade. I was waiting to make that joke. Anyway, continue your thought.
So, rush is different from aggro. Well, it all comes down what you define rush and aggro with. But I don't really know where to go from here. Rush and aggro, for me, there's no real difference. Like,
No.
so probably just a plain no. For me, there's no difference.
I think, James, if I have to say something, this comes down to you, what you think is subjectively. This is a subjective thing. What constitutes a rush? To me, a rush is when you run forward and throw boulders in your opponent's veins. The book that won the last tournament, Sir Jason Courageous book, definitely I would consider a rush build, because the entire plan was dedicated to moving forward, not wasting any actions on economy, not building up his own character or anything. He just tried to kill the enemy mage. That's a rush. If that is your only play, then that is the rush. You spend all your initial mana on just trying to kill your opponent. If it fails, you die. In like cut in very rough shapes. Right?
Yeah,
And
you could say
I'm sure he
that,
had
like,
backup plans, because when you do that kind of play, you end up with a lot of free spellbook points that you don't need for the rush. So then you get to prep the rest of the book for various situations, which is cool. And I don't know. Maybe I'm not qualified to talk about this, because I hate rushing and I'm bad at it. So, I'm not exactly an expert.
I see. I got your point.
Yeah.
If we define aggro by engaging by rounds 5 or 7, and rush going in right away. Yes. Yes. Okay.
So
then
maybe I
don't
can
think that rush is not viable. Like,
when I play, I have books that literally have like aggro in their name, like aggro necro or aggro warlord or something like that. And when I play those books, the battle plan is to, while setting up a little bit, I want to move forward and start denying and interacting with my opponent as fast as possible. Not necessarily win within a certain amount of rounds, but instead of building up my economy or playing my own stick, I want to start moving forward and using my actions to deny opponents' plays, economy plays and stuff like that, taking away the stuff that he puts on the board. That's what I define as aggro in my own play. Does that make sense? Not every book does this. Some builds an army that then moves forward and starts trading blows. Aggro style for me is moving forward with the intention of starting interactions earlier. I don't know if that makes sense or changes anything. So Carl Webb's thing seems to think that aggro is a state of when you focus mage. A dedicated aggro book is aggro turn 1, and less aggro book aims to be aggro in a later turn. Yeah. I don't think that those kinds of books are good in Mage Wars. That's my general opinion. Because while they sometimes work, sometimes they don't. And more often than not, that the latter will be the case. If you are up against a player that has built a proper book and played it 100 times, he will have experienced rushes with that book, and have at least an idea of how he wants to deal with it. So if you use all of your dealing damage to the mage is so dangerous in Mage Wars, because if you get your opponent to 31 out of 32 damage, then you can still just run away and theoretically live. And then you've spent all your actions and economy on getting him to that point, and if you don't get him over the final threshold, it doesn't matter. Taking out a mana flower, or a spawn point, or a creature makes a world of difference for the long game and winning the game. If you get the opponent to the 32 out of 32 health, then of course it's different. But how can you know that before you start rolling the dice? If that is your only plan, just dealing damage to the mage, I call that a gamble, and one that you are more likely to lose out on than win on. It's just my general opinion. And well, I know it's a subjective thing. Again, it's subjective, that's my point. Did I lose you, Julie? Or are you still here? I think we lost him again, but he comes back every once in a while. I'm reading some comments here, but I'll try to see if there's any questions in here. So I agree with your final statement here, which is I don't think those books are good either. I don't want them to be good. I want a book that has a mid-game engagement in time, should be viable, and I don't think they are right now. I disagree with that statement, but again, it's subjective. But I think rushes, and I think aggro books, and mid-game books, and long-game books, all are viable if you play them well and you know what you're doing. You should play your book. I'm going to say like 100 times. If you play the same book 100 times, you can make any kind of playstyle viable because you know it so well, and you will have played it against everything, like every other type of build. And knowing that, you can do so much in Mage Wars that is not reliant on dice and reliant on you guessing what your opponent is going to do next turn and denying that, and there's just so many ways. Carl Webb says he wants the board to be smaller. Again, that's absolutely a thing that it could be. I think it would suffer the game, maybe, but I'm willing to try it. Like playing on a 3x3 board, it would be interesting. I don't think I've ever done it, a 3x3 specifically. I don't think... Maybe it would work with the current arena, and I wouldn't... Like we were talking about, and I hope Koshade... I'm not going to force you to listen to the entire stream, but we have been talking about a lot of cool ideas for future tournaments as a sort of we've digressed a lot, I suppose, but we were talking about how we can, as a community, make Mage Wars fresh and try and push the boundaries of Mage Wars in different directions. And one of the ways I think would be cool, and just to rehash it, is to every tournament, like you've been doing with the 10 channeling, and then we've had so many different tournaments that are unique with specific rules. So we've been brainstorming a little bit about what you can do in tournaments, what kind of unique rule sets you can make, and a 3x3 board would be one of those things where you could say, this tournament we're playing with a new board. Why not? Just do it once, see if it works, and if it doesn't, throw it out the window. We never do it again. But if it works, it's funny. Might do it again. Doesn't matter. Just doing it once, I think, keeps Mage Wars fresh, and that's what it's all about. And I've been pushing your agenda, Koshade, a lot. Like I'm being very selfish and pushing all the responsibility over an Arcane Duels, but I consider Arcane Duels to be an authority within the Mage Wars community. And I think you guys, if you were more brave, which I hope you will try to be in the future tournaments, that's my personal wish, my subjective opinion, is that Arcane Duels and their tournaments that they set up should be a little bit more brave in what they do with the tournaments to make them more unique and fresh. There's so many things that could be done, and playing, I think the other side of the spectrum would be this play just standard, the same standard rule set with just arena, no rule changes every tournament, and I think that would be boring. So I hope you've been really good at doing it. I love it. How do I do the hard thing like this? I freaking love it, and I want more of it. And I think the community as a whole would benefit from it. And you have my full support. And I regret I didn't participate in the previous tournament because the 10 channeling thing. I've been playing with it a lot recently, and I fucking love it. Fucking love it. I hate to swear in my streams, but I do really love that. Yeah. It would be interesting to see the average time of a game in the tournament. But yeah, I mean, data is beautiful, and I would love to see more data on Mage Wars. But, I mean, yes, it would be cool to get an average of the time, but it wouldn't be like if you change the rules every tournament, then it wouldn't really be representative of much other than, I mean, we can always extrapolate from data, sure. And I want to go back and talk more about Mage Wars 2.0 and the possibility of digitizing it, which I think this is still my secret hope that Mage Wars 2.0 will be digitized. Well, we've already been talking about that for hours, so I'm not sure we should dive back into that. But then you could get more data easily about Mage Wars, which would be nice. And again, I just want to say to everyone who's viewing the stream and are commenting, thank you for participating and writing all your comments in the chat. I can't keep up and talk at the same time, but I'm trying my damnedest. I'm gonna see if July is still online or what's happening here. I'm gonna try to. Oh, he did write to me. I'm gonna try to call him up again. I don't know if he'll come back, but we have been going for several hours, so I was thinking about maybe we should think about closing this stream soon, but I still can talk, and as long as people... Yeah, so Justin says, I really think the 10-channel thing was positive for everyone. And that's my point. Even if we don't... If you only do it once, trying it out makes a massive difference and in everyone's mindset. And then people can hate it all they want, but when you put out a rule set for a tournament, people who sign up will be able to read the rule set. If they don't want to play with that rule, then fine, they don't have to participate. No one is forced to do anything. And what do they really lose if they skip a tournament? And I mean, I have been saying this multiple times throughout the stream. I urge people to have a more open mindset, because clearly Mage Wars, while Mage Wars is not dead, it has slowed down. And I think one of the ways to bring Mage Wars back and keep it fresh would be to try new things. Keep an open mind. Instead of saying, no, I don't want to play with that. You can play Mage Wars as you want, just to open a game in the Octagon. But when we try to push the game forward as a community, keep an open mind and just try new things. That's all I ask. Just keep an open mind and try things once at least before you say, no, I don't want to play with that. That's just my wish to you. So I'm going to read some comments here. Okay, so Julie is in the chat. Sorry, I don't know. I tried to call you, but I don't know. Yeah. Koshit, if you are up for it, I would invite you to join me in voice chat. Only if you want to. You don't have to. I'm getting tired, so if you're not into it for it, don't worry. But you are invited personally here now to come in and say if you have any thoughts on Mage Wars 2.0 or these tournaments rules that we're talking about. I understand completely if you're privy to some knowledge that we are not, and you don't have to disclose anything. I'm not expecting anything. Or you can keep it in the chat. I don't care. So whatever you feel like, you are officially invited. Do you think that the format where you know your opponent's mage actually help the top tiers more than it hinder them, and knowing their challenger they can better adapt to that weaker mage? Okay, so I'm gonna call up what's he called? I forgot your name. Koshit. Totally didn't forget your name at all. To answer your question, James, I think the important takeaway part is that that tournament where we knew. So just for those who are not privy to that knowledge, we had a tournament where every mage, instead of normally when you go into a game of Mage Wars, you come in with a book that you've already built, and you don't know what your opponent is playing. So we had a tournament where we played. Everyone had to pre-assign. I'm gonna be playing Beastmaster, Wizard, or whatever. Just declare their mage beforehand. Then they were told what their opponent declared, and then you build a book. So instead of building a generalist Swiss knife book, you built if you knew we were up against a Beastmaster, you build a book that can work against Beastmasters. This tournament was fun and fresh. I don't know if you should do it again. And I don't know if I could say that it favors anyone. I don't think I could say that it favors anyone because it has advantages and disadvantages for everyone. In that because it's new and no one's ever done it before, how can anyone know what that would be like? And of course, it helps I'm just going to say it, experienced players will always be favored. And whenever people guess at who's going to win a game, they always guess at the most experienced players. Then they'll tend to guess the ones they like the most. But in general, you see someone you know and have won a tournament before play against a newcomer to the community, people will guess that the experienced player will win. And usually Mage Wars favors experience. So of course, experienced players are favored, but I don't think more so than in normal play. That's my point. In the Discord channel. Sure. All right. Hello, Koshade.
Hey.
Do we have connection? We do.
Yes, we do. All right. That totally works.
All right. Welcome to the stream.
How's it going, Keaton? Yeah.
Well, I've been streaming for like 6 hours now, so I'm getting a little tired.
Oh, man. If you have to go, man, I totally understand. That
No. Now you are here, so now we're not stopping.
Okay.
I opened a beer, like if anyone's interested, a Greenberg.
There you go, man. Yeah, I've got some food, so I probably have 20 minutes tops. But that's some time to talk.
Yeah, fine. Is there anything you would like to talk about?
I mean, how are you? Are you trapped in your house like I am?
You know what? This is gonna sound so corny because it's like a meme on Reddit that all gamers are like, what quarantine? There's a quarantine? That's kind of my life. I work from home and I do a lot of YouTubing, so I am exactly where I want to be.
Well, heck yeah.
And my weekly D&D has been moved online, so that's a big change. And the other guys are sort of iffy about it, but I enjoy it.
That could work. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So what about you? Talk about?
I mean, Mage Wars 2.0, if you can disclose anything, or if you cannot disclose anything, then just your subjective opinion.
Yeah, I honestly I can't really talk that much. I mean, obviously we have a survey out there that if you haven't taken, it's up on the Mage Wars forum. I could link one in Discord if people really want to.
I have linked it
Um,
multiple times, so don't worry.
yeah, I'm sure it's just out there. But if you haven't taken that survey, do it. I mean, I've already kind of disclosed that, I'm helping out with the 2.0. So really, there's nothing finite to talk about because there's nothing really that's finite left as long as the survey's out there and stuff. We aren't really making any decisions on where the direction of that game is going.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think everyone was just happy to. Can I probe your mind? Just I have one question.
Sure. I guess the big thing to talk about though is that right now there is a future for Mage Wars. What that looks like is just it's not really a finite thing, you know.
Okay. You know what? That was my question. My question is just can you promise me that there will be something happening?
Mhm. Yeah,
And
there
if
is
the
definitely
answer to
something
that
happening.
if the answer to that is yes, then you need to say no more. Then I am a happy little giddy man.
Yes, yeah, the future's definitely there. So, that if you need any sort of reassurance, it's not dead in that sense, you know.
Yeah. All right. So what about? So let's talk about if not Mage. Let's forget Mage Sports 2.0. I understand you can't. There's a and there might not even be anything to talk about. So let's just pass by that, and then I want to probe your mind about future tournaments. Can you say anything about Arcane Duels tournaments
Yeah,
coming up?
yes. So,
Ooh.
I can.
All right.
Um, Basically, we do want to do a tournament. I'm hoping in the next week or so to release information. Generally, what we'd like to do is take people's opinions on how the game is going, and then see if we can adjust some rules to make it fun. But we always like to have some sort of like, all right, we're considering doing 10 channel mages, right? Can anyone figure out a way that a warlock having 10 channel would just completely break this game? So we like to announce the rules beforehand to be like, let's see if players can try these rules out, see if they can break it. Because of course we play some games with the adjusted rules, but that's the three of us playing some games versus a ton of other people that have all sorts of other skill in this game that we don't have, figuring things out. So they'll definitely be on the Discord under the Arcane Duels area. Some sort of these are the rules we're considering. What do people think? Is it too much in one way or not?
All right.
If that makes
So if
sense.
I, yeah, no, this is what we've been talking about, me and Julie, and so I want to reiterate some points that we were over, and this is my subjective opinion, so don't it's just me
No, of
saying this,
course.
but I hope that you guys, and I said it just before, I hope you guys will be a little bit more. I'm not saying that you aren't brave, but I want you to be more brave still. It's so what if you break the game in a tournament? So everyone will remember that tournament,
I
right?
guess you're right. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
like,
and
what kind of
then
challenges would you think would
we
be
can
brave
always.
then?
I if you find the time, or and if anyone in your Arcane Duels team finds the time, I want you to listen to this stream because we have been over so many, and in the chat, people have been writing fun suggestions. Um, now the words escape me and I forgot all of them. But like Julie suggested that every creature that has slow gets slow removed. Just that simple rule. Just imagine the possibilities and what, because slow creatures don't get played all that much. That was his argument for that rule. So what if we made like a silly tournament where every creature that has slow removes slow? And most of them still have a full round action, so they can't move and attack, but some of them can, and it would see a lot of play, and of course it would be silly and stupid, but it would be a memorable tournament, and my god, we would have fun with it. I think it would be super fun. So what if some
That would
people
be
would?
pretty
You will get a lot of
creative.
pushbacks no matter what you do. See, just
Oh,
such a
that's
small
true. No,
thing.
you're right about
No,
that.
yes, such a small thing as fixing some cards. People generally agree with the fixes you've made, and you've been very cautious about making very sensible choices, which I think is good. You guys have not touched the pillar, but maybe some people were discussing different ways of doing ban lists, like people submitting their own ban lists or doing secret bans of cards or
Ooh,
stuff like that.
be
And of course,
interesting. I gotta listen to the stream, man. This is
yes,
some
I think you
quality
do.
stuff here.
I hope you will. And consider it. Just think about the opportunities and how, instead of doing like, so the other end of the spectrum is if we just did the same arena tournament every time, people, I mean, I don't want to see are already bored of it, because I'm not, but some people certainly are. And I think having some flexibility and having unique tournaments with special rules would bring more life back to the community. And you will get pushback for it.
That
Some
sounds
people will
actually pretty
hate you. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
awesome.
Glad you agree.
Well, let me ask you a question. And I guess this is also for people watching. I'd love to get opinions here. Um, if we wanted to go crazy, right, and change a bunch of stuff, what if we changed the name of it so it wasn't more of like like a streamline? This is like how the game is mainly played, but it's like a very obvious. This is with house rules that are completely off the wall from the vanilla game. I don't know, like if we changed the tournament name to like fit that sort of thing, would you guys be upset about that? Because it would
No,
convey
no, no,
more,
no.
I think, to everyone
Okay. Again,
what we're
I can
looking
only
for.
speak for myself, but I think that would be the way to go about it. Instead of, if you call them all Arcane Duels League, first of
Yeah,
all, that would imply some expectations to how the game plays. The more you change the tournament, the more you should change the name. And that would also make it easier for posterity to go back and look at the tournament. I want to find the tournament where everyone was playing with fast, slow creatures, just for example. So the game
that's so
name.
crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I like that specific rule, but I mean, it's just an example of all the kind of crazy things you could do.
Oh yeah.
People were
Well,
talking about.
some of the things I think about is like, well, nobody likes to take Royal Archer, right? Because they're
Mm,
just way too expensive, and they don't really do that much. So what if we just made a list of all the range creatures that were similar to that, and just have their costs and made them all quick range guys? Would that be too much?
no, no, I would play.
Like, just be
And
like, guys, get into this. Here's a bunch of changes that we're making, a huge balance change. Have fun with the new
okay,
cards.
so Koshet, let's talk seriously about this. If you
Sure.
were going to do something like this, let's not set on any crazy rule. Let's say it could be any crazy rule. What you
Just call it
do,
the Arcane Duels Crazy Mod Tournament.
whatever, and then
Yeah.
a surname to indicate the rule, but it doesn't matter. The point is, when you set it up and you say, if this tournament has fewer submission than 8, or however the minimum amount of players you want, 8 is probably a good number for a minimum amount,
Yeah.
then we don't go through with it. Then it's that simple.
It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, just be like,
Yeah.
do you guys like these changes?
If you get
Sign up.
8 players that want to play, I mean, why not play it?
Because I do notice that there are definitely a lot of cards that aren't played.
Mm.
Just because they're overcosted, they're not good enough. And I don't know if I'd want to dive into every single card and be like, well, let's look at Malakota, for instance, and adjust him because nobody plays him. You know what I mean?
That was the one of the things that people said with if you remove slow, then Melakota would
yeah.
probably be played, right?
I
Because
love Malakota, man. Absolutely.
now you can give him fast, and then he can chase you no matter where you go. The problem with him is that the slow creatures is that it's slow is sometimes too big of a nerf, even with the cost on them. It's
I agree with that.
yeah. So make changes. That's my wish. Just make changes that break the game. Try to break the game.
Yeah, I know a lot of the Angels, for instance, are just way overcosted for what they can do.
Hmm.
That would be another example, I think. The Legendary
And
Angels is really what I'm talking about.
next year, when after the tournament and everyone is looking back at it and going like, "Fucking, that was a stupid idea," then we can laugh at it and say, "Okay, we'll never do that again." And then, I mean, just do it once. And I've been urging throughout the stream to keep an open mind. Just give it a go. Give it a go.
All right, Mod Wars. I agree. Look at the Carl Webb
That
up
sounds
there.
yes. I love
I would
it.
definitely call it Mod Wars.
I'm glad that you are on same page as me here. I hope that you will be more brave, because like how backlash is got backlash, and people are mad over Mage Wars being in this current state it is. So it can't possibly get worse.
That's a fair point, man. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I honestly think I mean, if you watch the review videos, man, the latest releases of Academy, I was a little disappointed in,
Hmm.
and I'm just sort of I don't know, looking to revitalize it like you guys are, and that's sort of like let's just change some stuff around.
Exactly. And I think okay, so the main reason that we can say these things now is especially is because if Mage Wars 2.0 is released, it means,
Yeah.
at least to me, that Arena, the current state of Arena, is kind of, let's not say abandoned, but it's not gonna be. You don't have to comment on this, but it's probably not gonna be supported that much more. So that means, as a community, if we want Mage Wars Arena to change, we have to do it ourselves. And if you don't do it, I do it. But I want you to do
Yeah, I
it.
mean,
I want you to be. I want you to be with me all the way.
I hear you, man. No, I mean
Good.
this. I absolutely love this Mage Wars community, dude. Like, I really feel like, I mean, you've been here for so long, Keegan. I mean, Julie, I've seen forever, and I really think that, like driving this community, even if there's going to be a 2.0, like figuring out exactly how to make 1.0 like perfect in that sense
Hmm.
would be something that would be it's time to do that,
Yeah.
like there's tons of other examples actually out there where the
Yeah.
developers are sort of like we've moved on and fans have changed stuff in the game to be like what the ideal is for that sort of thing.
Hmm.
um like Pokemon is definitely one of those communities I'm part of. Shout out to Pokemon Insurgents if anyone has never tried that. It's like the perfect Pokemon game. But certainly for Mage Wars right now, I think like just trying out a bunch of ideas, I think would actually be really interesting. Um, and
Yeah.
I'm down with doing that.
Okay. I think this. I mean, we can talk about ways to do it. I came up with two that we talked about earlier. So one would be like a single mage tournament. Everyone plays Siren.
Yes. Oh my
Something like
god,
that.
I love
I
it.
mean, at least it would be the balance is there because it's equal for everyone, so it's not unbalanced.
Well, let me ask you a question
Okay.
then.
Mhm.
For a mod tournament,
Yeah.
would you rather see small changes that are like, for instance, everything slow is now fast? Would you rather see that, or would you rather see a giant list of changes that just like, oh my god, there's just I can't explore it all before the tournament begins?
You know what? I'm gonna go with my gut and say, for the sake of everyone else, I will go with the first option because
The first option. Okay.
Keachin wants the second option, but I'm pretty sure that I am in the minority here. But how about
The
instead
people
of
don't want to see
asking
the
me,
fairies come back, just
how
saying.
how how about instead of asking me, you make a survey with 5 or
Okay.
10 different cool tournament concepts that you think you want to run, and I will help you as support you guys as much as I can from my point of view here.
I hear you.
And then you just make a survey, and whichever gets more votes is the one you go with. I mean,
Yeah.
make it
Yeah, because
democratic.
I think
Or
doing a
if
league tournament would
hmm,
be something where I'd want to look into making smaller changes. Obviously, Pillar is something that's discussed a lot as being insanely good. That's where I'd
yeah,
want to make things like the Pillar adjustment. But for a mod tournament, I feel like that's the time to make slow fast and stuff like that, and maybe
hmm,
not touch Pillar just because it's like so many other moving parts.
okay. Let's not touch the pillar discussion. But yeah, there's I think the potential is there to make Mage Wars. Now, I won't say fresh again because it is fresh in the current state, I think, but it can be more fun if we play with the format. And you've done it already. I'm just saying, go for it, full speed.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the general idea, I suppose people in my stream here are people who agree with me. Otherwise, they would have closed the stream. So maybe they're biased. But it generally seems like that is a a thumbs up for go for it. And again, I think if you are unsure about what you want to put under your wing, then a survey, like a question, not a questionnaire, but like a poll about what kind of tournament people want would be a way for you to push the pressure off of yourself so that you don't have to make the final call. But I want you to run tournaments that you want to run. That's my approach.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, anything that brings Mage Wars in for more games, I'm interested in running. I would love to see a 3x3 square size board.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
That would be very powerful for faster decks.
Yeah, but everyone will be privy to the rules beforehand and have an amount of time to practice with a new rule set, so that. And I always say that people who practice should be rewarded for practicing Mage Wars. Mage Wars is a game of knowing the game and the interactions between cards. Experienced players will always be favored. So if you go into the tournament not having played a single game with the tournament rules, then you are shooting yourself in the foot. I mean, the only other way to approach that would be to make like flash tournaments, like tomorrow we are gonna make this tournament side up, and then the people have no time to practice. But I don't think that would be an approach. I don't think I would like that one.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of like having at least a week suspense of being like, oh, it's gonna happen soon. We're all playing these new decks to try to exploit the rules as much as possible. You know, that's what I'm really a fan of, because Mage Wars is really kind of a game of suspense, honestly, and that's why I think it's so fun. Is like the planning phase alone. There's so much like interaction you're having with your opponent that like it's just building up the suspense of like what's about to happen in these next few actions. You know, not to mention even like the quick cast to main cast phase, the amount of suspense there. So I like to have my tournaments have that sort of, you know, time of signing up and thinking about it and developing what you want to do in that sort of avenue, I guess.
Fantastic.
I suppose
I would say that every, and I think that you will do this automatically, but every unique rule set should at least be geared towards, if anything, making the game shorter, not the other direction. Because I think while I love long games, the Mage Wars is long enough as it is, and it doesn't need to be longer. We will lose people, and I think you know this already, so I don't have to tell you. But yeah, so
I mean, you know, like talking about like other competitive games out there, like for instance, like StarCraft, right? I used to be able to play games in 10, 15 minutes, easy peasy. But there were times when it could go an hour plus that were just like intense for an RTS. And you know, it's sort of like that with Mage Wars, where, you know, you're talking about a board game, so 45 minutes, an hour and a half, pretty normal. But I think once you start reaching the 3 to 4 hours plus, that's when people start going, I don't know if I want to commit to a whole game right now. And especially for a tournament where you never know where you're going to be playing, like location wise, your opponent's going to be. So it could be 4 a.m. there or whatever. Like having 4-hour tournaments is rough, man. It really is.
There's different approaches that I could recommend for you, but I don't know. No matter how you approach it, every approach will exclude someone.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah. One way could be to say that this tournament, all games are played within a certain time of day of like a specific country. I mean, or at least a specific time of the general clock, so that everyone is pre-aware that they either have to be awake at 4 a.m. at their own time or not participate. Like, I mean, that doesn't make it fair for everyone.
Yeah, honestly, I've always let the opponent sort of decide on their time.
Yeah. I try to do that because I'm flexible.
Yeah, I've never really gotten complaints before about like, oh my god, this time starts at a crazy thing. And usually we've been able to make it work without tournaments getting too delayed in terms of that. But you know, in general, I'd like to obviously see our tournaments go exactly on schedule, where we have at least a match every week, that
Yeah.
sort of thing. But there's just so many complications when it comes to Mage Wars games. I feel like, just because of the timing of things.
I think the current approach is just fine, if that's the answer you're looking for. I mean,
Yeah, I guess I always look for ways to improve that, but it's really rough because, it's like our numbers will obviously
mm,
see huge cuts if it's like get your game in a day or two, because it's just people
yeah.
can't line their schedules up like that.
I think you, and I really hope that you continue to do that. In the previous tournaments here, you've been enforcing it a little bit more and being more strict. That is kind of necessary.
Yeah.
And I know you guys hate to be the bad guy, but I mean,
Well, we're here to do it for fun. There's not any money
yes.
involved. And so it's like, this person is gonna be upset because basically we had to drop them because they had surgery. But like it's like one of those things, or things like that. And it's just sort of
Well,
like one of those
then
things where it's like, it kind
participate
of
in the
stinks.
next tournament.
Yeah. And the thing is, like,
That's my
I kind of
opinion.
wish we had I wish we had more tournaments, because it's like this is the maybe twice a year tournament we do. And
Yeah.
otherwise your Mage Wars experience is gonna be as much as online play as you can find. But like that's just unfortunately the reality of the scene right now.
I mean, once per year is enough.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, most
It
people have
is,
tournaments in their area of some sort,
yeah.
like some
But
sort
I
of big
mean,
gaming convention or something.
with the commitment that a Mage Wars tournament takes, having I like you can maybe squeeze in 2 per year. I'm mostly thinking about you. If you could also
That's
have tournaments. I'm just putting out there. You could have tournaments where you don't record every match and put it up on YouTube.
that's
You don't
true.
have to do that. It's amazing when you do it, but I see that sometimes you guys struggle to keep up. So maybe what about
Oh yes.
holding a tournament where you don't do that? Just don't do it.
Yeah, I suppose what we could do is just say like, if you guys record it, great.
Yeah.
If we
Throw it
can
up on
be
the
there,
YouTube.
great. But
Don't
we're
even have
not
to
going
put
to guarantee it.
don't comment on it. Just put it uploading it, leave it be. People can
Mhm.
watch the game, then they can blast some metal music in their ears while they're watching. They can do their own head commentary. It doesn't have to be you guys. It's
That's
amazing when
true.
you do it, but if that's the limiter to the amount of tournaments we have, then I say do one where you don't comment it at all and see how it goes. Maybe people hate it, then don't do it again. Again,
Well,
try
I'd
more
I'd like to
things.
commentate if we could. I don't think that's
Yeah,
honestly holding up the tournaments in most cases. It's really more holding up the YouTube videos going out there.
yeah.
Which I don't know. I don't know if that really affects that much about how people feel about tournaments going or something like that. But
I will say when you guys make promises and then don't keep them, that hurts a little bit. Just a
yeah,
little bit.
yeah. So like, such as like all the videos having commentating on it
Because
on it.
when you guys, so if I have to be the devil here, if when you guys don't keep your promises, then the players will stop keeping theirs and promising to be on time and stuff like this. It is kind of important, and it's the same with Arcane Wonders when they make promises. They've gotten really good at not promising anything anymore, which is nice. Because back when they made all the promises and then didn't keep half of them, they lose trust, and that's a bad thing. So better to promise nothing and then deliver something anyway.
That's
And
fair. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I like to have a certain like amount of quality when I do this stuff, but
yeah,
I mean, it's one of those things that maybe the next tournament will just say, record the videos. We'll try to be there if we can. Have the same amount of communication we've had in previous tournaments. And if we get a video, there's no guarantee it'll come out sooner or later. We'll just have it out possibly sometime.
yeah,
Maybe something like that.
yeah,
Because I actually do really enjoy commenting on everyone's games, because there's a lot of players out there that just play completely different than I do, and I love seeing how they form their strategies and just sort
yeah.
of like analyzing them and things like that. And that's kind of my enjoyment I get out of tournaments, to be
I
honest.
mean, I have no doubt about your love and commitment to this game. You would not be doing what you're doing if you didn't love the game as much as
See,
we do. Like, yeah.
I mean, obviously, you're really committed to this game too, man. I've loved your videos that you put on stream.
Mm. My pleasure every time. That's my favorite series going, and I will never stop. If I can, I will make Mage Wars videos every other week until I die. There
Heck
needs to
yeah.
be some serious changes happening in my life before I stop doing that. And I don't know of anything off the top of my head. Like maybe being homeless, then it would be really hard. But yeah, no.
Hear ya. No, yeah,
Yeah,
it's. I mean, this is my favorite board game, so I just
yeah.
love doing content for it.
It is time consuming. So when I've like I have to build courage every time I need to record a video. It does take a commitment.
Oh yes.
And I think
Oh yeah,
it's
for
very
sure.
important for the listeners at home to realize this. That the things when we make this content for you, it's a serious time investment every time.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of those earlier videos probably took. I don't know. It's like we had what 2 hour videos. It probably took about 15 hours minimum to make,
yeah,
maybe a little bit more. And that's all. It's not really paid or anything, so you just kind of just do it
that's
out
the
of
thing.
passion.
Yeah, I mean I have no regrets, but it's yeah, you just gotta love it, and we do.
Hmm.
I have a
Definitely.
question that I want to answer. Oh, I forgot it. Huh. It'll come back to me. Uh,
That's fine.
yeah, it's been a long stream.
Sounds
We,
like it,
we
man.
we started by commenting. Oh, I can tell you about this. It's amazing. If you don't watch it, it's fine. But we played a game back in March, me and Julie, and so we played a game earlier in the stream, and then I asked him if he wanted to comment it with me. So we opened up the replay and played it again. The first time I have ever made, what's he called? I can show it on the stream again. I have the moment open up here where I made Ikama's work.
Oh my god! No way.
Not
That's
not only
awesome.
did I make him work, but he basically, if he had rolled one more damage, he would have won me the game. Like
That's
he had,
awesome. Actually.
Julie had two gargoyle sentries guarding his mage, and so I summoned Ikamaus and roused the beast on him and moved
I
forward.
love
And
Ikamas.
he had precisely two armor, so
Oh
with the
my
piercing
god.
one, and he rolled maximum damage. Yeah.
Oh my god. He can
Uh,
cause bleed, right?
Yeah, he rolled one short of the bleed. If he had landed the
Oh
bleed, I would have won the game.
no!
And he had two
That's so
chances,
fun.
I would have won the game straight up.
Oh
And
my god, I
that's
love
okay.
Ikamas, man.
I can't make it work right
Ikamas
now,
is
but
king.
whatever.
That's where it's at.
I've been trying for several videos now with my Forest Alliance, which I call it, to make Ikama's work, and it finally worked. And I wasn't recording, so I saved the replay, and then we did the commentary together, and it was we called
There's
it a
some
pro
badass
gamer
stuff.
move.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, there's some badass stuff you can do with Ikamas, man.
He's really good when he works.
But do you enchant him at all, or what do you do with him?
I mean, the problem is I don't play him if I don't feel like it's a good situation to play him. I don't play him
Oh
just
yeah.
to play him. I want to
Yeah.
set up the situation where I have everything else covered, but here it's good if I summon Ikamaus. And I don't think I have enchanted him yet. I've only summoned him twice, and the first time he didn't get to do anything. He was there because I had already exhausted my opponent's unavoidable spells, so he was okay.
Mm.
But the second time here, he actually really so close to winning
What
the
kind
game.
of mage are you playing him with?
Doktari.
Daktari? Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing like a layer, like a backwards layer, or more forward layer?
No, it's no layer. I
Ooh,
open
no
with
layer. Oh my god, that's cool, man.
Philella Mana Flower. Next turn, you go Ritual on
Oh.
Philella, and then summon Dorcius. That's the opening.
Okay, yeah.
Because
Yeah, the
that's a
Dorcius
really
play.
solid opening, and then you
Oh,
look
yeah.
for the opponent. I have two Rouse the Beast, both for my bear and for
Mhm.
for stuff like potentially
Yeah,
Ikamas
Dorcius
to make him
crazy
work.
strong.
Yeah, he's just so strong. He wins me the
Like
game.
I've seen a lot of players just take 2 Dorcius just because when the first one dies, they're like, "All right, bring out the second Dorcius," you know. It's
I want to
crazy.
probe your mind about one more thing, if I can, before
Sure. Yeah.
you go.
Ask me anything, man.
Which I know you can't comment too much on Mage Wars 2.0. Maybe you can slam my expectations to the floor, and maybe you can't comment at all. Either is fine.
All right.
But my secret wish for Mage Wars 2.0 is that it's fully digitized. No board game. So,
Oh, interesting.
the fact that you comment like that kind of makes me think that that's not the case. But
I mean, I don't really have the representation to say that, but I
No, no,
feel
no.
like I feel like there'd probably always be a board game just because we're dealing with a board game company, not a video game company. That being
Okay.
said, I feel like the we have seen some digital stuff allowed from Arcane Wonders, and
Mhm.
I could totally expect like if I don't know I could see it anyway because I don't know about the plans because it's
It's
obviously
just a
secret.
secret wish of mine. I think it would push
Yeah, I
Mage
feel
Wars
like the
into the
possibility
next.
I feel like the
Yeah.
possibility is there, but you probably would always see a board game with it,
Okay.
is my guess. But
Well,
whether or not there's
maybe
also a
for
digital.
maybe for Mage Wars 3.0.
I I mean, I could totally see there being a TTS at the very least. Maybe
Okay.
a tabletop
Hmm.
simulator. Um, which I'm not
The
really sure how that would play out, but
My problem, the reason why I wish it would be so, is if you consider the current game that we have, if it was fully digitized, those errata things, changes that are made, and more could be made easily if we had
yeah,
the digital version. There's so many uh, problems with the board game that it's too rigid.
oh yes,
And I
oh yes, I
think
hear you.
if you look at other
Well,
CGGs,
yeah.
it's just yeah, they all
Well,
do
the
it. They
thing is,
change their
a
cards
lot of
continually.
the
Sorry.
things in the board game people mod out. Like I know I haven't used the trackers that come with the board game in forever. I got a magnetic one a long time ago, and that's just kind of the one I use. And when you
Yeah.
when you
Okay.
talk about a digital one, it's so much easier to clean up and set up, and so much nicer for a complex game like this.
Hmm.
And I don't know. I would personally play digital all the time
Yeah.
if it was a digital and a board game release. But
Okay.
and that's where I'd want to go personally. But I mean, the thing about like a CCG, and this is just kind of like I have no, I don't really have much more information on it than just what I'm talking about. But I
Hmm.
I oftentimes wonder like we talk about competitive scenes in like Magic the Gathering is one often used, or BattleTech, things like that. I know X-Wing 2.0 got pretty big. Um, those are all like I just think about how much more money is put into those games and why those are so much more supported in so much of a format. And I just wonder if like I don't know, the way that Mage Wars presents itself, money wise, if there's just not enough there to really like support the kind of big game that I wish it could be. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I don't know if there's a way to solve that because I think one of the reasons that we all play this game is because you just buy it once and you have all the cards you need.
I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
if I had $10 million, I would support them and just
Oh, I
give.
I hear you, man. No, I feel
Yeah.
you. And like
But
I
yeah.
just I don't have any data to back it up or anything like that, but I've oftentimes wondered if that's an issue that's going on with pushing this game further. Because I know that like there's enough fans that they keep doing expansions. And so they're clearly making money on it. But like the question is it big enough to do a huge thing with it? You know?
Yeah, because I get that it needs some front end money. That's the problem with the digitized version compared to the
Yeah.
board game version. Is it at the front it costs more, but I
Oh
think
yes.
the potential on the other end, first of all, the player base would easily be, and that's my argument, 10 times the size if it was on Steam.
Right?
Imagine if
Yeah.
Mage Wars was a game on Steam for the really, I mean, there you can find games like Dominions 5 and Civilization and Total War games that are made for people
Hmm.
like Mage Wars players. But
Yeah.
it's so more easily accessible and easy to distribute to a larger player base if it's like a digitized thing on Steam instead of a thing you have to move into a store or order at home from
Yeah.
online.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
So that, okay. What about, so Julie said that he had heard a rumor that there might be a Kickstarter for Mage Wars 2.0. Is that anything like do you know anything about that or can
Well,
you even
I
talk
mean,
about
when
it?
it comes to Arcane Wonders, I think they just did their first Kickstarter, and it was called
Okay.
Foundations of Rome, and it was a huge success for them.
I can
If you
imagine.
if you want to type it into Google, Foundations of Rome Kickstarter, my God, they did so well with that. And I remember helping them promote that at Gen Con last year, and it was a fun game. And whether or not they continue that model, I don't know. But like they clearly have some sort of success with Kickstarter, and if that's a really good indicator of being like, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, and people are checking out the Kickstarter and saying like, I support this before it's even made, like that would probably give them more incentive to do more releases, is my guess.
Okay,
Um,
I have some quick critique.
sure.
Why have I not heard about this? Huh?
Foundations of Rome. Okay, I am going to be completely honest here. I kind of wish their social media was better. It's a really fun game, and my God, it's just basically, for anyone that doesn't want to look it up, it's basically
Oh, I'm
you
looking it up
build
on the
Rome up,
stream.
and you own property, and you build it up, and you're basically competing with the other players to basically get the most like prestige in the Roman times, and it is such a fun game, and I really think that their social media, if anyone from Arcane Wonders happens to hear this, needs that improvement. And but this is what it is. Um,
They made $1
it's
million,
it's a completely miniature game.
but
So I
they
don't know
made a
exactly what the
million.
costs are, but
They made $1
I
million.
know that's what I
What the
mean. It's
frick?
insane how well this Kickstarter did, and I was like, "Dang, dude!" And
Why
so it
have
kind
I
of
not
shows
heard
that.
about this? Okay, I agree with you. They seriously need to. I mean,
Yeah,
even with the bad social media that you, then they still end up with this amount of money. How the
it's a
frick?
brilliant game. It really is. And
Yeah, it looks
if
cool.
you've
Just
never heard
looking
of
at
it,
it here, I
yeah,
would.
yeah, I
I'm
hear you.
checking this out.
Um,
So
and
imagine
yeah,
something
I
like
mean,
this for Mage Wars 2.0. If you talk to anyone inside that sphere of influence, please let them make a
I'm pretty
Kickstarter.
sure they know how much money
I
they
will
made there in
throw
terms of
all my
like,
money at them.
yeah.
No.
So I mean,
Okay.
that's just kind of it's an interesting thing that I noticed that, this is their first Kickstarter, I believe, because I've never seen one from Arcane Wonders before.
This
And the
gives me
fact
so
that it
much
is
hope.
this successful, if they
Yeah.
just did all of their board games like this, I could see that being a model that works for them, and that would really be an interesting aspect. I mean, there wouldn't be any more, we don't know when it's going to be released because suddenly you have Kickstarter parameters about when you need to release it. So the knowledge would be there, I think, for the fans that are like, we'll see when it comes out. It would be more like, no, it's probably going to come out because now they have like this other website that is holding them to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know, it's just some thoughts that I have when we talk about Kickstarter.
I'm just gonna run the trailer in the background here while we're talking.
Yeah,
It's
that's fine.
playing. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to turn off the sound. All right.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff, man.
Like this gives me hope that I didn't dare have. Because if they
um,
can
I
do this,
yeah. Well, that's the thing is like I feel like their social media is just not doing a good enough job because if you're not having hope like that, like clearly they're not communicating enough in
yeah.
general. And I think they're afraid of making promises because they're backlash from that.
No, that's
Like
okay. But you can talk without making promises. Like that's not the
that's
same.
true. No, that's absolutely
How
true.
they need to differentiate between the two. Something is saying we are gonna do this, or we are thinking about, or
Yeah.
how asking questions to the community. What would you think about a Kickstarter for Mage Wars? I haven't heard that question posed, even in the uh, survey. So if
Yeah.
there's a critique for the survey, that would probably be my first one. And just otherwise, if I can compliment you, that was a really well crafted survey. So
Oh, you liked
here's
it.
a
Thank you. I appreciate
yeah,
that.
I
I
did
spent I
a
spent a
lot.
good amount of time being like, let me make sure we get all the specifics in this
Yeah,
sort of survey.
and I think it was
Just
a really
to
good survey.
that's kind of why I left the thing at the end too, just to be
Hmm.
like, all right, I know I probably didn't cover everything. Do you guys just want to like just write stuff? And
Hmm.
I've been looking over a lot of the responses, and I actually do really appreciate everyone that's given their input because I know it took you guys time to write
Yeah.
this stuff out, and I can see the passion in that. I really can.
Thank you for these revelations that you are giving us. This is amazing.
As I said, I have no. I don't know if they're going to do a Kickstarter or not. This is all just interesting stuff. But if you didn't know about Foundations Row, my God, what a great
I'm
game
gonna
that
look
is!
more into that one first of all.
It's a little expensive, but you literally get a sweet box with just tons of miniature buildings. And if you'd play D&D where you use miniatures or anything like that, oh my God, they're great for that.
Nice. Okay.
Anyway, I should probably go eat.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Well,
Heejin,
thank you for joining me, Koshe.
yeah, dude, anytime. If you ever around again and want to talk, I'm totally down with discussing stuff.
All right. I was thinking about starting to maybe stream Mage Wars more regularly because I'm streaming is tricky. You know what? I was flagged for
It
copyright
is.
infringement earlier.
I saw that.
Yeah.
YouTube just doesn't work out well for me because when I stream on my main channel on Twitch, I just
No.
can't bring any of those videos over because they're always just like, nope,
Yeah.
not gonna
And
allow it. I'm like, all right, fine.
you wouldn't believe how many of my videos are just flagged for random shit. Like
Yeah, right.
they think they've heard some Star Wars music in the background of a video where it's just me talking.
Oh God, yeah. Some of the
Yeah.
Arcane Duels videos get flagged, and it's like one time we got flagged by like PBS or something. And it was like the intro to this game show, and like
Yeah.
I heard it, and it was like a 4-second thing, and it was completely silent, and I was like, "Really, YouTube? Really?" Silence.
But they also had silence in Star Wars, at least in some scenes.
It is copyrighted movie. Clearly, silence is copyrighted now.
Coach, I won't hold you any longer, and this was a fantastic way to end my stream. So thank you for joining. And
Good talking with you, man. Everyone that's joining and listening, you guys are. I love this community of Mage. Thanks, Keegan.
Thank you too, man. And I'll be looking forward to both Mage Wars 2.0 and your upcoming tournaments. You will be better at social media than Arcane Wonders is, I hope. And then we'll leave it at that.
Take care, man.
All right, yeah. Take care, man. All right. So I think that's the end of the stream. I don't know. There's not been any new questions for the last 15 minutes-ish. So I hope everyone enjoyed. And then I will say I bid you adieu. And I need to go and also have some dinner. Because it's 1 a.m. now. And I didn't think that I would be streaming for more than like 2 hours today. So thank you to Julie for joining me. That was amazing. I never thought I would. I've been thinking about how to approach Mage Wars 2.0 or making a video about it. This was the best solution I could have asked for. So thank you, my friend, for that help with making it a discussion. And thank to everyone in the chat who posed these amazing questions. And now I do need to rest both my head and my voice. So I say goodnight and close the stream in 3, 2, 1. It's